2023 to order. And again, thank you for coming down in, I think it's starting to rain. I saw some commissioners wet coming in. So before we get started though, we have a new commissioner tonight and I want to introduce him. His name's John Stone. Thank you. The mayor has appointed him tonight for the Planning Commission meeting. Mr. Stone is new to us. He's a native Tennessean, a Vanderbilt graduate. I am not going to hold that against him because there are other Vanderbilt graduates up here as well. And he is a has-been attorney. I think he's a retired attorney, which is better, I think, Mr. Stone.
Has-been attorney.
Has-been attorney. Yeah, like there's a lot of attorneys on the panel.
You better stop. And just,
yeah, there's a lot of attorneys on the panel too. So, but Mr. Stone, thank you for serving tonight. We really appreciate it. The mayor, we want to thank him for allowing you to be here. So we appreciate that. Well, there's one more thing I do want to mention about Mr. Stone. He has 8 grandchildren, which is really great. So that's pretty awesome. All right. And I just have one daughter. I'm not there yet. So we'll get there maybe one day. All right. So a couple other announcements. If everybody would silence their phones just so we don't have an interruption, we appreciate that. And then if you were wondering, this is probably out of order, but the NFL draft is at 8 o'clock tonight. So commissioners, if we keep it short tonight, we can make the draft. Okay, we might not. All right. Well, now we're on item B, which is the adoption of the agenda, which was sent out to the commissioners and posted earlier. We'll need a motion to adopt the agenda. Is there a motion? There's a motion. Second. Any other discussion? Seeing none. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and the agenda is adopted. Item C, which is the approval of the April 13th, 2023 minutes. Those were also sent out and in front of you as well. We'll need a motion to adopt the minutes. Is there a motion? Motion, second? Mr. Stone seconds it. Thank you, Mr. Stone. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and the minutes are adopted. All right, so now we'll go on to item D, which is the recognition of the council members. I think they're still tired from the other night for being, was it 2 a.m. or 1 o'clock, 1-ish? Okay, not too bad, okay. It's like a second work day. It's okay. Well, we appreciate your service. And so we take the council members as they come in. And so I saw Council Lady Johnson. First, you want to go now or you're good? Okay. Thank you for coming, and we'll recognize you on your item. And I saw Council Lady Gamble. Okay. Council Lady Hauser. You'll wait too? Okay. Thank you all for coming. We really appreciate it. And so now, we want to make sure we get all the council members. I didn't see any others. There's some former council members, but we don't recognize the formers. All right, so we are on to items for deferral or withdrawal. Amelia.
Hi, everyone. Okay, so first we will move on to the items for deferral or withdrawal. Starting on page 3 of your packet, item number 1, 2022 S 253001, first revision, lot 1, resub, lots 76 and 77, Madison Heights, and that's defer to the May 11th Planning Commission meeting. Item number 2A, 2023 CP 012001, Southeast Community Plan Amendment, and the associated item 2B on page 4 of your agenda, 2016 SP 028003, Williams Mill SP Amendment. The recommendation for both of those items is to defer to the May 11th Planning Commission meeting. On page 4 of your agenda, item number 3, 2018 S 059003, Orchards Phase 3. The recommendation is to defer to the May 11th meeting. Item number 4, 2018 S059004, Orchards Phase 2. The request is to defer to the May 11th Planning Commission meeting. Item number 5, 2019 S039002, Payne Road Subdivision. This recommendation is to defer to the May 11th Planning Commission meeting. And on page 5 of your agenda, item number 6, 2019 SP 053001, Ackland Park Residential SP. The recommendation is to defer to the May 11th Planning Commission meeting. Item number 7, 2022 SP 036001, Harpeth Reserve. Staff recommendation is to defer to the May 11th Planning Commission meeting. Item number 8, 2023 S045001, Temple Heights. Staff recommendation is to defer to the May 11th Planning Commission meeting. Item number 9, 2023 S063001, Thornton Grove PUD Phase 4A. Staff recommendation is to defer to the May 11th Planning Commission meeting. Item number 10, 2023 SP 019001, The Meadows. Staff recommendation is to defer to the May 11th Planning Commission meeting. On page 6 of your agenda, item number 11, 2023 SP 032001, 316 Homestead Preliminary SP. Staff recommendation is to defer to the May 11th Planning Commission meeting. Item number 12, 2023 SP 033001, 1003 Douglas Avenue, multifamily. Staff recommendation is to defer to the May 11th Planning Commission meeting. Item number 13, 2023 Z038PR001. The recommendation is to defer to the May 11th Planning Commission meeting. Item number 14, 2023 S042001, St. Luke Presbyterian Church. The staff recommendation is to defer to the May 11th Planning Commission meeting. Item 15, 2023 SP 036001, Pawnee Trail Residential. Staff recommendation is to defer to the May 11th Planning Commission meeting. And on page 7 of your agenda, item number 16, 2017 NHL 002004, the Bel Air Mansion. Staff recommendation is to defer to the May 11th Planning Commission meeting. Items number 19A, 2023 CP 000002, and the associated case, item number 19B, 2023 SP 026001. Those are a major collector street plan amendment for the Ewing exit and the production row SP. The recommendation is to defer to the May 11th Planning Commission meeting. On page 9 of your packet, item number 25, 2017 SP 091004, Connect Nashville. The staff recommendation is to defer to the May 11th Planning Commission meeting. On page 10 of your agenda, item number 29, 2023 SP 035. 001, 3320 Curtis Street multifamily. Staff recommendation is to defer to the May 11th Planning Commission meeting. On page 11 of your agenda, item number 31, 2023 SP 030001, 1806 and 1808 Division Street. Staff recommendation is to defer to the May 11th Planning Commission meeting. And on page 12 of your agenda, item number 37, 2023 Z035PR001. Staff recommendation is to defer to the May 11th Planning Commission meeting. Item number 38, 2023 Z037PR001. Staff recommendation is to defer to the May 25th Planning Commission meeting. And I believe that concludes the deferral agenda.
Thank you, Amelia. Appreciate that. And so, Commissioners, the items for deferral withdrawal are the following. And Amelia, make sure I get these right, okay? We'll go slow. Our items number 1, 2A, 2B, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 19A, 19B, 25, 29, 31, 37, and 38. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, Commissioners, you've heard the items for deferral withdrawal. Is there a motion? There's a motion, second. Second, any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and those items are deferred or withdrawn. That brings us to item F, which is the consent agenda. Amelia?
Okay, moving on to item F, the consent agenda. As noticed to the public, items on the consent agenda will be voted on at a single time. No individual public hearing will be held, nor will the commission debate these items unless a member of the audience or the commission requests that the item be removed from the consent agenda. So I will read through the items on the tentative consent agenda and ask if anyone is here in opposition. If so, please raise your hand and the item will be presented in the order they appear on the agenda. If no one is in opposition to the item, it will remain on the consent agenda. On page 7 of your packet, on page 7 of your packet, item number 17, the CIB for the fiscal year 2023-2024. Is anyone here in opposition to that item? Okay, that item will be on the consent agenda. Item number 18, 2023Z002, TX001. Is anyone here in opposition to this item? That will be placed on the consent agenda. Item 20A, 2023 CP002-001, Parkwood Union Hill Community Plan Amendment. Is anyone here in opposition to this item?
Is there someone in opposition to item 28?
Yes, okay, that item will be heard. And the associated item 20B, 2022 SP063001, Hickory Hills Retreat. That item will also be heard. Item 2021, 2023 P004-001, Madison Community Plan Amendment. Is anyone here in opposition to this item? That item will be placed on the consent agenda. Item 2022A, 2023 CP006-001, Bellevue Community Plan Amendment and the associated case. Item 22B, 2023 SP031-001, Ironworkers Local 492. Is anyone here in opposition to these items? Items 22A and 22B will be heard. Okay, and on page 9 of your agenda, item 23A, 2016 SP040002, Bethwood Commons Amendment, and item 23B, 2023Z042 PR001. Is anyone here in opposition to these items? Those items will be on the agenda to be heard. On page 10 of your agenda, item number 27, 2022 SP069001, 2400 Elliston Place SP. Is anyone here in opposition to this item? That item will be placed on the consent agenda. Item 28, 2023 SP034001, 3101 Doak Avenue. Is anyone here in opposition to this item? That item will be placed on the consent agenda. Item number 30, 2023 SP046001, Whites Creek, Briley 2. Is anyone here in opposition to this item? This item will be placed on the agenda to be heard. On page 11 of your agenda, item number 33, 2005 P029002, Lincoln Tech Institutional Overlay Cancellation. Is anyone here in opposition to this item? This item will be placed on the consent agenda. Item number 34, 2022Z 109 PR 001. Is anyone here in opposition to this item? This item will be placed on the agenda to be heard. Item number 35, 2023Z 040 PR 001. Is anyone here in opposition to this item? This item will be placed on the consent agenda. On page 12 of your agenda, item number 36, 2023Z 041 PR 001. Is anyone here in opposition to this item? This item will be placed on the agenda to be heard. Item number 39, 2022S 102001 Fox Valley Subdivision. Is anyone here in opposition to this item? This item will be placed on the consent agenda. On page 13 of your agenda, item number 41, 2022S 266001 Wembley Park. Is anyone here in opposition to this item? This item will be placed on the consent agenda. Item number 42, 2023S 016001 840 Old Lebanon Dirt Road. Is anyone here in opposition to this item? Okay, I believe that will be placed on the consent agenda. Okay, I will go ahead and run through those items again. As information for our audience, if you are not satisfied with the decision made by the Planning Commission today.
Amelia, hold on one second.
Oh, sorry.
We have a question. Do we take care of her? She could. Okay. Go ahead, Amelia. Start over.
As information for our audience, if you are not satisfied with the decision made by the Planning Commission today, you may appeal the decision by petitioning for a writ of cert with the Davidson County Chancery or Circuit Court. Your appeal must be filed within 60 days of the date of the entry of the Planning Commission's decision. To ensure that your appeal is filed in a timely manner and all the procedural requirements have been met, please be advised that you should contact independent legal counsel. So now I will run through items to be placed on the consent agenda with the captions. Starting on page 7 of your packet, item number 17, CIB fiscal year 2023 capital improvements budget. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item number 18, 2023Z002TX001, to amend the zoning code regulations regarding street setbacks and building orientation for residential corner lots. Staff recommendation is to approve. On page 8 of your agenda, item number 21, 2023 CP 004001 Madison Community Plan Amendment to amend the Madison Community Plan to change the community character policy from urban residential corridor to urban neighborhood maintenance for properties along Anderson Lane. Staff recommendation is to approve. On page 10 of your agenda, item number 27, 2022 SP 069001, 2400 Elliston Place, SP, a request to rezone from MUGA to SP zoning for properties along Elliston Place and 24th Avenue. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. Item number 28, 2023 SP 034001, 3101 Doak Avenue, a request to rezone from RS10 to SP property along Doak Avenue. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. On page 11 of your agenda, item number 33, 2005P029002, Lincoln Tech Institutional Overlay cancellation, which is a request to cancel an institutional overlay for properties along Gallatin Pike and Douglas Avenue. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item number 35, 2023Z040 PR001, a request to rezone from R10 to OR20 for property along Old Elm Hill Pike. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item number 39 on page 12 of your agenda, 2022S102001 Fox Valley Subdivision, a request for final plat approval to create 42 single-family lots along Neely's Bend Road. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions. On page 13 of your agenda, item number 41, 2022S266001 Wembley Park, which is a request for final plat approval to create 54 lots along New Hope Road. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions. Item number 42, 2023S016001 840 Old Lebanon Dirt Road, which is a request for final plat approval to create 11 lots on property located at 840 Old Lebanon Dirt Road. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions. And under Section H, other business, items 43, employment contract renewal for Seth Harrison and Dustin Shane, and item 47, to accept the director's report.
Thank you, Amelia. And so, commissioners and Amelia, make sure these are the items to be passed on the consent agenda. Items 17, 18, 21, 27, 28, 33, 35, 39, 41, 42, 43, and 47. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, commissioners, you've heard the items to be passed on the consent agenda. Is there a motion? Motion, second. Second. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Consent agenda is adopted. And so, commissioners, that leaves us with the following 10 items to be considered. 20A, 20B, 22A, 22B, 23A, 23B, 24, 26, 30, 32, 34, 36, and 40 to be heard on public hearing. All right. So, and commissioners, on the items that have the A and B, those will be considered at the same time, and then we'll vote on them separately. And so,
sorry to interrupt,
Amelia.
Chair. I just received an update that item 34, which was on the agenda to be heard, the apparently opposition is no longer here. If we could just confirm that and maybe place it back on the consent agenda.
Yes, thank you. So, Amelia, this is a process that we have done in the past, just so all the commissioners know this. So, is there opposition on item 34? Oh, there still is. Okay. There's
Just
still
kidding.
opposition.
They are still here, and we will hear that item tonight.
All right, so we will still hear the item. All right. So the items to be heard, again, are items 20A and B, 22A and B, 23A and B, 24, 26, 30, 32, 34, 36, and 40. And so there are a lot of folks that might be new to the process. Very quickly, how we work the process is we'll go slow. We want to make sure everybody talks, everybody has the ability to express their concerns and or support for projects. So we first do the presentation, then we'll open the item up for public hearing. The applicant will have 10 minutes, and they can save 2 of the 10 minutes for rebuttal. And then we'll start with anyone wishing to speak in support. And what we ask for you to do is when I ask for that, if you'll line up in the middle of the room, you'll have 2 minutes. The timer is right over here. and if you would state your name and address for the record. And then we'll take everybody wishing to speak against, same 2 minutes, state your name and address. Then we'll have a rebuttal. Then the council member is allowed to speak. And then we'll close the public hearing and have deliberation where the commissioners talk. And we appreciate that. We always try to keep the meetings professional, kind. We're not mean here. We don't protest here. And if we do, we'll have to stop the meeting and regain control of the room. We don't cheer. We don't clap. We don't boo. Okay. Thank you. So we did see a few other council members come in. Councilmember Stiles, do you want to? We saw her first, Council Lady. You want to go? we just do it as y'all come in. All right, Council Lady, thank you for coming. Welcome. But you'll have to turn the microphone on.
Yeah,
There you go.
thank you. So I'm here on your agenda item number 24, and nice to see all of you. Hello, colleague. It's only been a few hours. This is the SP amendment for Century Farms. So we have had a few more meetings since the last time you saw us. We are in agreement. I am good with everything that is in the SP, the signage, all the changes. We now have a town center that is dedicated for this site. There's an area within the project that the town center is going to go into, and you'll see that when you get to that point. But I just wanted to share with you that I'm in full support of this moving forward. And
Thank
that's
you,
all.
Ken.
Have a great night.
Thank you, Council Lady. I appreciate it. Council Lady Toombs. And that was item 24 that she was speaking. Welcome, Council Lady.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. So I have two items that are scheduled to be heard today, item number 32 and 34. 32 is 2724 Tucker Road, and in reading the staff report, I think the sticking point was the 25%, only allowing 25% of the parcels to be duplexes, and this project is 6 duplexes for a total of 12 units. If these parcels, if the property owners were just to subdivide, it's an R10 zoning, they would still get the same number of parcels. If they were doing detached single-family homes, there's been community meetings. They've met with community members multiple times. They've addressed all the concerns of the community. There's community support for this project. It adds to the development of the area, beautifying the area. It adds to the housing stock in the area. I am in full support of the project. I don't think that it's too dense. There's a subdivision right to the right of this parcel. There are townhomes along Tucker Road. So I believe that the project fits within the character of the neighborhood. So I would ask that you approve that request to do the SP zoning. For item number 32, I actually do not have a position on that right now. I did have a community meeting. That's the Ewing Drive and Knight Drive. Item number 34, my apologies. There were a lot of questions from the community about the project. There's some graves on the property, so there was concern about what to do with the graves. They are grave sites of enslaved individuals. And I know that the property owner is working with the state in terms of appropriately dealing with those grave sites. There were some questions from the community in regard to density, concern about traffic. That corner, there's not a lot of visibility there, so there are a lot of accidents and near traffic accidents at that intersection. I would defer to you in terms of whether or not it fits the land use policy, but if it is approved today, I plan to continue to have community meetings so that we can flesh out the community concerns about the project and make sure that it fits with what the community would like to see.
Thank you, Council Lady. We appreciate it.
That was number 34?
That was 34. The council was speaking. Yeah, so she first spoke on item 32 and then 34. Any other? I want to make sure we get all the council members. All right. we're ready on 20A. And, well, before we get started, Commissioners, very, very quickly, on the consent agenda, we did pass the CIB, the capital improvement budget. And so I just want to say thank you. We've been kind of working the staff overtime with the redistricting and then CIB. And so Greg Claxton has been, and his team have been doing a lot of work. And so I just want to say thank you to the team for doing that. And it's a big deal. And we appreciate all that hard work. So thank you. All right. We're on item 20A and B. And Commissioners, just a reminder, we'll hear the two presentations and then we'll vote on, and then we'll hold the public hearing on both, and then we'll vote on them separately. All right.
Okay, hello. I'm Olivia Rancine. This is the second time you're seeing me. You don't see me a lot. I'm over with community plans, but 2 meetings in a row. And I'll be presenting item 20A, which is a request to amend the Parkwood Union Hill Community Plan. Okay. So the plan amendment area is outlined in red on the map. It's approximately 5 acres and located on 2 parcels north of Hickory Hills Boulevard, where the street currently dead ends. The study area is half mile from the I-24 interchange with Old Hickory. Planning staff recommends approval for changing the current T3 Suburban Neighborhood Evolving Policy to T3 Suburban Community Center. Okay. So just to demonstrate here, the plan amendment area is just a portion, about 5 acres of the entire specific plan, which is 92 acres, and it just represents the mixed use portion of the specific plan. So we're clear here. So this just shows the existing conditions. The study area is around 5 acres and is located within a half mile of I-24's intersection with Old Hickory Boulevard, which is classified as an arterial boulevard by the MCSP. Directly to the west is the Hickory Ridge Apartments off of Hickory Hills Boulevard. The site is north of several businesses, including several warehouses and commercial uses. And then east of this site is the Quail Trail and Cobblestone Creek subdivisions. Okay, so this map can be a little confusing, so I'm going to provide some clarification. So just to note here, the plan amendment area, as you can see, there's a little bit of light green on there, which represents T2 rural countryside policy. And there's also T3 neighborhood evolving policies. So when we have 2 policies of different transects border one another on a site, on a property, which is not common, staff must decide which transect is applicable because the review becomes quite granular. And because the site is being accessed through the suburban T3 neighborhood evolving policy, we concluded that the T3 suburban transect, specifically neighborhood evolving, is the primary policy for the area of question. And so therefore the request we're reviewing today is suburban neighborhood evolving to suburban community center. I know that can be a little confusing, so I'm happy to answer questions about that later. So just to review the current policies applied to the area, T3 and E, which is again how we're reviewing the site, is applied to the area along with large swaths of conservation policy. So a quick note on conservation policy. The Community Character Manual encourages smaller development footprints in areas that contain environmentally sensitive features in order to limit disturbance on the overall site. So we allow some development in conservation policy. There just has to be an effort to be sensitive to environmental features. So while the mixed-use portion of this development may disturb some sensitive natural features in the study area, which is about 5 acres, the proposed SP includes large preservation areas for steep slopes and the stream buffer, and has a condensed development footprint for the larger property, and therefore conservation policy would remain in place because we're being cognizant of those sensitive features and condensing that building footprint. Okay. So the proposed policy, T3 Suburban Community Center, is intended to create and enhance suburban community centers, encouraging their development or redevelopment as intense mixed-use areas that serve surrounding neighborhoods. So because this is a community plan amendment, we did have a required community meeting, but the applicant kind of went above and beyond on this too. So the applicant hosted 4 in-person community meetings from the summer of 2021 to the fall of 2022 in order to get public input and make adjustments to the specific plan. And the applicant sent out around 500 notices in total, and the 4 meetings had a total of approximately 200 plus attendees in total. And the first planning-led community meeting was held on March 27th, 2023, and that was to discuss the plan amendment via WebEx. So that was held online. And we mailed notices to 350 property owners within 1,300 feet, and approximately 14 folks attended, including neighbors, community leaders, the council member, and staff. Okay. So during the meeting, attendees asked questions and offered comments on the following: disturbance of natural features, intensity of development, and visibility of housing along the hillside. Just to note here, the majority of these comments pertain more to the specific plan, which Dustin will be reviewing with y'all after me, than necessarily to the policy itself. So we analyzed the policy change based on the following factors. So alignment with surrounding policy, enabling community services, and walkability, being supported by surrounding existing or planned residential development, adequate infrastructure, and adequate access. So the intent of T3CC is to create and enhance suburban community centers, to have a mix of uses so that they can support surrounding suburban neighborhoods. This policy aligns with surrounding community policies for several reasons. The first being that there is, as you can see in the orange, there is a lot of existing T3CC policy located to the southwest of the site, close to Interstate 24 and Old Hickory Boulevard. And its policy application intends to foster a mix of uses, in this case, near an interstate interchange. T3NE policy borders portions of the site to the north, south, east, and west, and enables a mix of housing which could support new commercial uses found within the study area. And then T2RCS policy borders the site to the northwest, and the SP preserves the area where the T2RCS is applied. Okay. So while T3CC does exist near the study area today, it's really dominated by longstanding warehousing and distribution uses. It hasn't evolved into community serving amenities. The application of T3CC to the study area paired with this specific plan allows for a mix of uses to serve community members within walking distance. So residents of the Hickory Ridge Apartments to the west and residents of the Quail Trail and Cobblestone subdivisions to the east. Residents of the Quail Trail and Cobblestone Creek subdivisions will be able to access the site via a sidewalk connector to Summertime Drive, which is included in the specific plan. So kind of like further enhancing that walkability. There are also several other nearby subdivisions, such as Granville Estates and Creek Trail, which are located within a 5 to 10 minute drive. The current policy, T3 Neighborhood Evolving, only supports residential development, but the inclusion of T3CC policy to 5 acres of this specific plan enables the site to provide other uses that serve the larger community rather than just residential use. So as established, there's multifamily, commercial, and warehousing uses along Hickory Hills Boulevard. So this policy change is in line with surrounding uses. The requested policy area is located within a half mile of Old Hickory Boulevard's interchange with Interstate 24, which enables ideal connectivity to the larger Nashville community. And due to the commercial auto-centric design of Old Hickory Boulevard and Hickory Hills, there are currently no sidewalks available, so something to note there. As I mentioned before, the associated development would create on-site walkability and connectivity to the Quail Trail and Cobblestone Creek subdivisions via a sidewalk connector, but connectivity to other neighborhoods would depend on vehicular access. Okay, so a summary of what we've talked about today. We recommend approval because this policy aligns with the neighboring T3CC policy and it supports community serving amenities to locate adjacent to future residential uses, which are supported by T3NE policy. It also allows for community serving amenities to locate near the Interstate 24 interchange, which is currently dominated by longstanding warehousing and distribution uses and not community serving uses. It also supports a mix of housing and encourages a walkable neighborhood rather than a standalone residential development. And the policy application is within half a mile of the interstate interchange, which enables connectivity to the larger Nashville community. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you, Olivia. Appreciate that. And now I think Dustin's going to do the zone change.
I'm Dustin Shane, staff planner. This is the Hickory Hills Retreat SP. So it's a request to rezone. Currently, the site has a little sliver of AR2A, but is mostly R10 to the SP zoning district for a mixed-use development. Our recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions based on your approval of that associated plan amendment. As I said, zoning AR2A and R10, proposed SP. Policy, heavy conservation. And then, as Olivia touched on, the westernmost property includes some T2 rural countryside, the easternmost T3 suburban neighborhood evolving. So here's the site layout. You can see the very bottom middle of the screen, that's where the end of the right-of-way is, and you have an access into what would be the mixed-use area, that bottom 4 acres there. If you're moving north into the site, you move along kind of a saddle between hills to a roundabout area. Central to the plan there's some apartments kind of extending along a flat area off of that to the south. Moving northeast, you've got townhomes and kind of a little grid. And then moving southeast, you move into detached units as you get closer to that existing single-family area to the east. And then the road connects back around to the right-of-way along the south. So just going through the specifics, the residential area slated for 345 multifamily units. Entire site being over 90 acres results in a density of about 3.7 units an acre. The detached homes, there'll be 58, 107 townhomes, and 180 apartments. Height being requested is 3 stories and 46 feet. As I said, there's good block structure in the townhome area and then connectivity around the site and then actually pedestrian trail connectivity to the adjacent subdivision, which will provide those residents access to the mixed use area. That mixed use area is requesting 175,000 square feet of commercial consisting of restaurant, retail, and hotel. There's also a condition in there that 92,000 square feet of the hotel/office could be swapped out for 60 additional multifamily units, depending on the market. And height in that area is requested at 4 stories and 60 feet. Parking will be a mix of surface and structured, and we actually have a condition in there to work with us at final to make sure that that's respecting the pedestrian experience. So we find that it's consistent with policy. The goals of the conservation area. Conservation is for protecting heavily sloped and wooded areas. In this case, this plan avoids most of the steeper slopes, and it minimizes disturbance to the extent possible, judging, by the site's internal circulation. The plan is laid out based on the contours of the site. That T3 Community Center extension, that's a small area that's extending from the southwest. That's going to provide appropriately intense services to the future residents and the existing. And the 4 stories they're asking for there is warranted because that site will sit at the bottom of a hill, and so will have less of an impact visually. The T3 neighborhood evolving, which is how we're interpreting this site because of, and I'll get into this with a map that I'll show you in just a second. That policy is meant to provide more housing choice and create well-connected neighborhoods. The T2 area is isolated from all the other areas of T2 in the vicinity, and it draws its access solely from the T3 area. So just a few points in summary. This parcel is connected to all the T3 suburban interchange type activity that's to the south rather than the T2 areas to the north. The topography, which I'll show you on a map, forms a better boundary between these two policies than the property line as it currently stands. The T3 areas, as Olivia pointed out, are mostly built out, but there's little resident serving commercial, so that it justifies the expansion of the policy here. So looking at this, I'll show you. This is the map of the site. You can see that the only thing separating the T3 from the T2 is that property line. But then you see along the north all those natural barriers of much higher hills that form that kind of the natural containment area of this T3 center and then the supporting residential areas. So our recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions based on your approval of that plan amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Dustin. Appreciate that. And so we'll open this item up for the public hearing. And is the applicant in the room? Come on up.
Councilmember speak first, or?
No, generally we save her for the best for last.
All right.
Mr. Dale.
All right. I just didn't want to speak for her. So I'm Roy Dale. I represent Dale and Associates. I appreciate.
Hold on a second, Roy. Hold on. We need to do the timer. 10 minutes. And then you can save 2 of the 10 minutes.
I want to go watch the draft.
Okay. So do I.
Okay, thank you, Council Member and Mr. Chairman, Madam Secretary, members of the Planning Commission, and this good-looking staff. I'm Roy Dale with Dale and Associates, and I'm representing the applicant on this proposal. I won't go into a lot of detail because staff has really done a great job in presenting this, but I do want to emphasize that we actually began the work on this project over 2 years ago. Council members, she is so good. This district has a very great council member, and she wants to join the community as much as possible. And so when we originally presented this plan, it was all multifamily. It was just apartment site. Obviously, she didn't want that. And so through the many community meetings that we've had, this is really a community-generated plan. The community, there's been a lot of rezoning in this district. A lot of areas were rezonings off of basically residential areas. This was a zone change that could provide mixed use and access off of basically an industrial commercial road that doesn't pass a single house and goes down to O'Hickory Boulevard. So that was appealing to what this community was looking for, to have some mixed use within this area and provide a mixture of housing. And provide some connectivity to the adjacent subdivisions to make it walkable. And that's more or less how this plan evolved through many different community meetings. In addition to the development of this property, there's an intersection at Old Hickory that needs work. And so this project is going to improve that and make it a viable signalized intersection. So there's community benefits to that as well, in addition to just providing a lot of mixture of uses and things that the community wants. Dustin he has a hot map that I gave him, but when you turn on that hot map that shows steep slopes, we don't touch them. This development basically works around those steep slopes. It took a lot of effort to do that. And I'm proud of the plan. I'm proud of the community input and the generation of this plan. So that's all I'm going to say. I'll save 2 minutes in case something comes up or a question comes up that needs to be answered. But we appreciate the staff's review of this, and we ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll save 2 minutes for rebuttal. Anyone wishing to speak in support of the project? Seeing none, anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Welcome. State your name and address.
Yeah. Hi, my name's Angela Williams. I live at 7203 Old Hickory Boulevard. And I was a part of 2 of these community meetings. I couldn't make all 4 since we have so many lately. But there was community voice concern. The steep slopes are over 25% grade. This is 3/4 of a mile from the I-24 landslide that shut down Nashville's economy. That is so totally unstable. That also runs off into Little Creek, which is one of the main joiners to Whites Creek. And so to have that level of development pouring down that hillside is going to flood Old Hickory Boulevard, which is flooded constantly. The intersection of where Old Hickory Boulevard comes out, this was the other thing that the community said that comes out of that intersection, it floods in addition to it being right at the off-ramp. So it's a really awkward intersection that needs tons and tons of work. A light is not going to help that. And so the density, so the concerns from the community were visibility from the interstate. We don't need to be able to see these if they're going to be tucked in there. Secondly, is it's rural countryside because it's rock. It's walkable if you're a billy goat. And it's not connected. T3&E says it needs to be connected to the other neighborhoods. This is not connected to the other neighborhoods at all because they didn't want it. So I don't think it really falls in that. And I think the natural, this isn't conservation, this is flooding downstream. So we don't mind with the multi-use, we don't mind with appropriate development, but the density of this and what it's going to put there, and then the strain. I mean, our current flooding code is not going to be able to handle this at all. And Old Hickory Boulevard, you think it's some big thoroughfare. It's 2 lanes, folks. It's 2 lanes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Anyone else wishing to speak opposition? Seeing none, 2-minute rebuttal. Then we'll go to the councilwoman.
Okay. Well, I just want to point out, Mr. Chairman, that there are no 25% slopes being touched on this development. There's conditions even beyond that requires that geotechnical work needs to be done even in areas outside of 25% slopes just to be safe. As far as stormwater is concerned, Metro has very stringent stormwater requirements. We cannot increase the runoff from this property. In many instances, we can actually help improve conditions, runoff conditions. The community did not want a street connection here. They wanted pedestrian access. They didn't feel like they really wanted to cut through traffic. And with the improvements of Old Hickory Boulevard, there will probably be some widening required. And at that point in time, if there are drainage improvements or inlets or things that can be added to, if there are drainage problems at Old Hickory, I think that can be added to this plan as well. So I'll just conclude again to say that this was a lengthy process guided by the council member who did a tremendous job. This fulfills a community need. It meets the policy, and we hope you support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Council lady, come on up. Welcome. Thank you for being patient.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. There's been a lot of good things said about this project, and I'll just add that over the course of 2 years now, we've had a lot of community discussion. This project, the impetus for this project came from what I have been hearing from the committee from the community since being elected in 2019, the need to have more services in this area. This is a suburban area that transitions into a rural area. There are several residents in the subdivisions to the east, some of which have been in their homes over 40 years, and they look forward to having restaurants and retail and mixed use. We know that we need additional housing in our community as well to support the services that the community wants. I look forward, right to the north of this, I'm out of town.
We're sorry. You have as much time as you need, Councilor.
Thank you. To the north of this property is an MDHA affordable housing apartment complex, about 325 apartments there. Unfortunately, the bus line 43 that ran down Old Hickory Boulevard was canceled when we had budget cuts in 2021 because of low ridership. Looking to bring that back to the community, this would help drive the market for that as well. Old Hickory Boulevard is a 2-lane road that is a state route that goes into I-24 to the west and then goes to Dickerson Road where it widens to the east. So there is opportunity to widen the street if needed, but currently we have not had any major traffic issues on Old Hickory Boulevard other than when there was a landslide on I-24, and hopefully the state is taking care of that, so we will be protected from that in the future. I fully support this project, as I said, because this is something that the community has asked for during the planning meeting for the community plan amendment. That was stated very clearly as well from residents living in the subdivisions to the east. And for those reasons, I support the project and ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Appreciate you coming today. Seeing no one else wishing to speak, I declare the public hearing closed. And so, Vice Chair, we have 10 items tonight. And we usually recognize all of the commissioners. I want everybody to be able to talk and discuss. And so I thought maybe we would try tonight to say, hey, is there discussion? And then if the commissioners just get my attention, and then we'll kind of do that. That way we're not here till another midnight for I'm worried about Councilman Withers making it through the meeting. He's been.
We brought a pillow for him in case he needed a little nap time.
Yeah. So we'll go ahead. Do you want to start us off, and then we'll see if there's any other discussion?
Yeah, I mean, I actually, despite this being a really big project, I don't really have a lot of comments. It's always a challenge when we go from the AR2A to something more intense. Gives me comfort to know that the conservation areas and the steep slopes are protected or will not be built upon. So I know it's a challenge, but it sounds like there's been good community involvement to date, and this is an area when there really is a problem, the room will be filled. So, I feel more comfortable that this is going forward with general community support as well.
All right. Any other discussion? Commissioner Tibbs.
I'll be brief, but could I see Roy Dale's hot map that he brought up, as he called it? I liked it there. They like the orange.
Looks like a cold map.
This is freezing. Okay. I definitely, the change I thought was definitely, as Olivia pointed out, was very straight with policy. So I just wanted to kind of see about what the slopes were, and feels like it, and just kind of concur what you said. So I support this project.
All right, Councilman.
Thank you, Chair. Definitely know that the community has been seeking additional commercial uses. I had a little bit of apprehension about that, given the kind of trickiness of getting up and down that road, but learning a little bit more about the plan, I think is helpful. Also the subdivisions to the east, the one that's closer to Old Hickory Boulevard does have sidewalks, but this one doesn't. And so where this connection is made, but I'm glad that at least there's a pedestrian trail so that I think whether or not folks would be walking all the way over to the commercial, at least having more connectivity to walk around in the neighborhood safely is helpful. I think the point is also really well made that you do have some intensity, but it doesn't go by any houses. It goes by other industrial uses. So I think that is unusual, but it's helpful here. One question I did have maybe for the kind of on the community plan side is the area south of this has a neighborhood evolving policy, but has a lot of industrial uses. And so I'm wondering if there's just a little bit maybe more of a history of why. I'm assuming that maybe some of this zoning was older than the Nashville Next update, but just was wondering if we could get a sense of why it would be neighborhood evolving where existing commercial is and how all of that worked together with this potential expansion, and why it would be neighborhood evolving further south rather than community center.
Yeah, and I don't know the whole history there. I was just using my own microphone. I don't know the full history there. I think this was aspirationally applied as we apply most policies. So I can't necessarily speak to that. I know I think it was just an aspirationally applied policy, not necessarily reflective of current conditions.
I think
Anita.
Where's that?
And again, mainly I ask because I know we tend to have such a high level of scrutiny on policy in this area. So I just wanted to understand that.
Historically, the neighbors were really concerned in this area about getting the wrong type of use. And so they were hesitant years ago to expand the commercial because of that. They wanted the right project in the right place.
Okay, that's very helpful. Well, with that, I echo the sentiments about appreciating that it works between some of the sensitive environmental features and still adds some specific uses that the community has been looking for that they'll be able to use. So I'm in support. Thank you.
All right, so we'll ask, is there any other discussion from commissioners? Seeing none, how about a motion, Councilman?
I move approval of...
we have to do two separate votes. Yep.
So I'll move approval of item 20A.
That's a proper motion. Is there a second? Second. Any other discussion on 20A? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and the community plan is adopted. Next motion.
I would like to move item 20B for approval with all conditions.
That's a proper motion. We need a second. Second. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and 20B is adopted. Thanks, y'all. Thank you, Counselor. All right, so that leads us to 22A. Andrea.
Good evening, Commissioners. I am Andrea Barber with the Community Plan section, and I will be presenting Agenda Item 22A, a request to amend the Bellevue Community Plan. In addition, there is an associated rezoning with this plan amendment request. Excuse me. The applicant requested to amend the land use policy for this property outlined in red. The properties are located on Highway 70 South and Harpeth Valley Place, north of Interstate I-40 at Highway 70 South. And Harpeth Valley Road intersection, which is about 22.5 acres. The plan amendment was requested in conjunction with the zone change request 2023 SP 031001 to change the zoning from R40 to SP zoning for a portion of the property located at 7750 Highway 70 South to permit office and vocational school uses. In this case, the study area includes adjacent properties that have office-type zoning in place. The TR policy accurately reflects those uses. However, these additional properties are not included in the rezoning application. Staff recommends approval to amend the Bellevue Community Plan by amending the community character policy from rural maintenance to transition while leaving conservation policy in place. The property is located in rural transect with suburban and natural transects nearby. Existing land use policy include conservation, rural maintenance, open space, suburban community center, and suburban neighborhood maintenance. This is existing conditions on the aerial view, just to give you an idea to orient yourself on where this is located. So you see I-40 to the south and then Highway 70 south. So the current policy is rural maintenance, and rural maintenance T2RM policy is intended to maintain the general character of rural neighborhoods as characterized by their development pattern, varying setbacks, building form, and land uses. The proposed land use policy is TR policy, and it's intended to enhance and create areas whose primary purposes are to serve as transitions between higher intensity uses or major thoroughfares and lower density residential neighborhoods. These transition areas can minimize land use conflicts while providing opportunities for small-scale offices and a mixture of mainly moderate to high-density housing types. So for community participation, on April 11th, 2023, at the Bellevue Library, community plan staff conducted an in-person community meeting to discuss the Bellevue Plan Amendment. Details of the community meeting were made available in the form of a community notice that was mailed to 209 residents that fell within a 1,300-foot buffer of the study area. The community notice provided details and information about the requested policy amendment, and approximately 21 residents attended the meeting. Staff outlined the request to change policy. Following the presentation, attendees were given the opportunity to ask questions and share comments. Several questions were asked of the staff, and a lot of those questions involved floodplain and drainage concerns, noise pollution, traffic, and potential emissions. And in addition, staff provided a link to the Bellevue Community Plan page so community members could access a narrated presentation for those who were unable to attend the initial community meeting. The online presentation is roughly 5 minutes, and today, as of this afternoon, there were about 33 views of the video presentation. So these are the existing conditions along Highway 70 South, looking east and west, and then directly across the street. So the Nashville Next Guidance, the concept map shows the policy amendment area designated as Green Network. In the Bellevue community, most of the Green Network is floodways and floodplains along the rivers, woodlands, and steep slopes, including areas of unstable soils. The study area is primarily surrounded by rural area to the west, single-family residential to the north, and low-intensity commercial uses to the southwest. The requested policy change would allow for development in a Green Network area. However, the applicant has displayed through renderings and intentions to preserve existing trees in addition to planting additional landscaping. So the requested policy is TR transition, and examples of appropriate land uses there are office, residential, and institutional. And the predominant uses in TR areas are small-scale offices and moderate to high-density residential and various building types. And the images above are currently what's there along Harpeth Valley Road, small-scale commercial. With regards to transportation and connectivity, Highway 70 South is classified as an arterial boulevard scenic highway, and the study area vehicular access is provided by Highway 70 South and Harpeth Valley Place. The area is adjacent to a major interchange with Interstate I-40, and then on the other side of Interstate 40, there is more commercial services, retail and restaurants, sidewalks, and bikeways are lacking in this area, but currently, WeGo does not offer transit service to the community at this location, but on the other side of Interstate 40 is a park and ride lot with transit service availability. So in summary, amending the community character policy from T2RM to TR is appropriate in this location because existing conditions support TR policy in the study area since offices are already present. TR policy provides a transition between small-scale commercial area and the adjacent single-family residential. TR policy reflects the existing office uses in the study area while allowing an additional office. And TR policy is strategically located along a major highway and adjacent to Interstate I-40 corridor. Staff recommends approving changing the policy from rural maintenance to transition policy and leaving conservation policy in place.
Thank you, Andrew. I think Amelia's going to Amelia's busy tonight. All right, Amelia. On 22B.
Yep. Hi, everyone. My name is Amelia Lewis, and I will be presenting item 22B, 2023 SP 031001. The request is to permit office and vocational school uses. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions if the associated plan amendment is approved. If the associated plan amendment is not approved, staff recommends disapproval. The existing zoning on the site is R40. The proposed zoning is SP. The proposed rezoning encompasses approximately 8.4 acres of an existing 10.9 acre parcel. So a portion of the parcel would be rezoned to SP and a portion of the parcel would be remaining R40. The parcel is located on the north side of Highway 70 South, west of Harpeth Valley Road. The surrounding properties are zoned R40, single, 1 and 2 family residential, single family residential, shopping center, regional, office limited, and SP. The adjacent parcel to the east is zoned SP and is approved for a proposed hospital. The surrounding land uses include residential, commercial, and medical uses. The proposed site plan is shown on the screen. The proposed plan includes an approximately 22,000 square foot structure to be used as an office and vocational school for the local ironworkers union. The developable area of the property is constrained by the existing floodplain on the site, as well as a 250-foot wide TVA easement that runs north-south through the property. The proposed structure is set back on the property towards that northeastern corner. You can see in kind of a fat T shape on there. The proposed structure is set back on the property to be located both outside of the floodplain on the site as well as the TVA easement. Surface parking is shown to the west of the structure, and vehicular access is provided by a shared access drive with the SP property to the east that comes off of Highway 70 South. On the screen are 2 elevations. The upper elevation is the front elevation of the structure, and the rear structure, the rear elevation is shown below. So Andrea did a pretty thorough review of the policy and the proposed policy, but just to recap some of that, especially as it relates to the proposed SP. So the existing policy, the T2RM policy, is intended for primarily rural residential development. Whereas the proposed transition policy may be used in situations where there is a major thoroughfare and where an adjacent residential neighborhood exists, where there is still a market for compatibly scaled office and or residential uses. Both office and institutional land uses are supported within the transition policy. The conservation policy on the site, which I believe is shown in the darker green on the property, is on the property due to the 100-year floodplain as previously discussed with the site plan layout. The proposed development is located outside of the floodplain with the exception of the proposed vehicular access drive, which is consistent with the conservation policy guidance to group environmentally sensitive features on the site and only disturb when necessary, in this case, to provide access to the portion of the property outside of the floodplain. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions if the associated plan amendment is approved, and if the associated plan amendment is not approved, staff recommends disapproval.
Thank you, Amelia. We'll open this item for public hearing. Both items 22A and 22B. And is the applicant, come on up. You get 10 minutes, and you can save 2 of the 10 minutes for rebuttal if you don't use them. And if you'd,
let's try that.
That worked. There you go.
All right.
State your name and address. Thank you.
My name is Mike Hunkler. I'm with Gresham Smith, and I'm here to representing the Ironworkers Local Union 492. They have outgrown their current facility and want to stay in Davidson County. Amelia did a very good summary of the site constraints, and I know that Councilmember Hauser requested an SP here rather than just a straight zoning. I know there's been a number of proposals for this site, but she said, let's go with an SP. That way we can be certain of what we're going to end up with. We did have a neighborhood meeting in conjunction with the community plan. We had that at the same night on April the 11th. Those 8.4 acres are constrained, TVA, floodplain, and property line. And we tried to set the building as far away from the property line as we could to preserve the trees and put a C3 buffer in. We do have a joint access with the emergency, standalone emergency room to the side, so there'll only be one curb cut along Highway 70. So we are in agreement with staff's recommendations and request your support for our application.
All right, we'll save 2 minutes for rebuttal. Anyone wishing to speak in support of the project? Come on up, state your name and address.
All right, Brian Feltz. I'm a member of Iron Workers Local 492. We're at 2524 Dickerson Pike. I'm the training coordinator, so with us being a vocational institute, we teach, we train. We are, as Mr. Mike Hunkler alluded to, we're limited on our footprint. And, I'm a product of this apprenticeship program. I want to grow. I want to increase as far as like the opportunities I have. I've worked on as far as things all around Nashville, as far as Middle Tennessee, from the Music City Center, to just, I can't list them all. But what I'm getting at is I'm here for support. Hope you see it in our favor. I ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wishing to speak in support? Come on up. Welcome. Appreciate you coming down.
I'm Travis O'Daniel. I'm the president of the Iron Workers Local 492 Union. And as all y'all see, the boom of construction in Nashville right now. With our current facilities at 2524 Dickerson Road, we cannot facilitate the skilled craftsmen it needed to build this city. And that's why I hope for y'all support.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Welcome.
Good evening, Commissioners. Emily Lamb with Thompson Burton, 1801 West End Avenue. We have worked hard with the council member, with the community to come up with a plan that we believe is going to be very beneficial for the community. As Andrea pointed out, we've worked hard to preserve existing trees. We're going to add some landscaping, do what we can to help beautify the area further. And also, this is going to have, I think, a positive benefit for the community in that it is going to bring daytime occupants to the area. And once we have more of those, that will presumably will follow will be more restaurants and more daytime business, which I think will be good. There will also be minimal traffic impact because and noise impact because the people who are doing the training are going to be inside the building. Those are the only people who are going to be visiting this site. And then finally, I think everybody in the development world understands that trades are very, very valuable. And also, we need more of them. So this is going to allow us to train more to continue to contribute to the development boom here in Nashville. So we would request your support of this.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak in support? Former councilman, like me.
Good afternoon. I'll be sorry to see them go because they've been a positive fixture in East Nashville on Dickerson Road for years. They've trained many young people in the community. And also, I'm speaking also in support. My father couldn't be here today. He lives on Glenridge Drive in Belmead. And some of you know I am a Hillwood graduate, but, East Side till the day I die, all the time. But he is in agreement with this development because they do need places to expand. And the ironworkers trade is a good trade. Many of you guys know my dad is a doctor, and we came here to Nashville when I was very young because of great places like General and Meharry. And he's been living out there for a long time, and he is in support of this. So thank you for your time, and thank you for neighbors here in support and in opposition.
And, sir, just for the record, could you please state your name, former council member?
Oh, Nevada, Scott Davis.
Thank you.
Councilman Davis. Thank you, Councilman. It's good to see you. Anyone else wishing to speak in support? All right, seeing none. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Come on up. Welcome. Appreciate you coming down.
My name is Wade Forrest. My address is 107 Harpeth Valley Road. I thank the commissioners for allowing me to speak tonight. I'm opposed to this plan because, first of all, it puts the building just a few feet from my back door. I'm concerned about the noise from the vocational school, the height of the building. I think it's going to be an eyesore to our neighborhood. I don't think this is the right project for our neighborhood and even for the community of Bellevue. No matter how much landscaping you put in, the heights of the building will not be covered in my lifetime. My house was flooded in 2010 with the help of the Metro stormwater runoff. They dug a ditch on the corners. I live on a corner on both sides of the of my street at sides, and since then, heavy rains did not affect my property at all. Before that, back behind where they're building this building, it flowed like a river. I'm afraid that the natural drainage ditch will be disturbed when the building is put in and the project is installed. And I ask you to please look for another plan for this property. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing none. 2-minute rebuttal.
A little note about the height of the building, because they are iron workers and this is a classroom facility. They need height to be able to get up above the ground to do some of their functions. We've tried as best we can to minimize the height and the elevation of the building, but it is correct. It's a tall building. It's set back off the highway. You really don't see the height from the highway, but we're doing the best we can with the landscape. And then the floodplain, obviously, we're going to follow every letter of the law with Metro stormwater, because I know how sensitive. I live in Bellevue. My house was flooded. I know stormwater is very protective of the floodplain of Harpeth River, and we'll comply with that.
Thank you. Councilor Lady Hauser. Welcome.
Thank you. And yes, all of the council members are dragging a little bit today, so please bear with us. This project, I've been working with the ironworkers for probably close to 2 years to see what we could do that would fit in with the neighborhood and be an advantage to the community. One of the things when I talk with developers is I don't want them just to fix what they break. I want them to make things better than they would be if they hadn't existed. And I think this project does. One of the things that they're doing is they are leaving all of the very old big trees that surround the property. So there will be, not just when they say landscaping, do they mean little 4-foot trees? We're talking 50-foot trees that are already there, and then we'll be adding more. So there will be good barriers in that. One of the things that I think is a testament to this project is the current homeowner on this property is going to continue to live in his home right next to this facility. So obviously, if he didn't think it was a good habitable place, he wouldn't continue living in his home there. Also, they have worked with the TriStar Emergency Facility to use the same drive, so there will not be another cut on the highway. We're trying to conserve as much as we can those cuts on the Highway 70. So they already have the agreement with TriStar to use the same access road. Also, one of the things about the school that I was really pleased with is they've already made an agreement with the high school so that there will be students that will graduate from the new James Lawson High School that many of us were at this morning with the Mayor's State of the Union, so that when they graduate high school, they will already be on the road towards being an iron worker. And I really like the idea of that coordination between this organization and the high school. After checking out the current facility, as you've heard from the former council person that says he hates to see them leave their area, obviously they've been a good neighbor where they are now, and I think they will be a good neighbor on this property.
Thank you, Councilor Liddy. Seeing no one else wishing to speak, I declare the public hearing closed. And so, Commissioners, we'll try this again. I think it worked good last time. We'll start with somebody, and then we'll open it for discussion. So, Commissioner Haynes, you want to start us off?
No comments. We need more trade workers. This is a good location for it, very accessible. I'm going to support staff's recommendation.
All right. Any other discussion? Yeah, Commissioner Henley, or Commissioner Clifton.
Whatever.
Sorry.
Well, I support it as well, and it's been great to hear from so many people about this. In supporting it, though, I think I'm right. This is not based on one user. This may not be iron workers forever. And while I support this plan without that caveat, I just think it's worth noting. You know, things change, and when we cannot guarantee that that will be there, but I believe there's enough controls built into our system that they will not be putting anything in that will be any more intrusive than this. So that's why I'm going to be supporting it. I just thought someone ought to at least mention that.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Henley?
Yeah, I'm inclined to support as well. And I do think I think this is one of the values of the SPs. You can see that there tends to be a pretty significant shrinking of the square footage at the second level. So I think the comments about really being mindful of only going as high as they need to is accurate. My question is, looking at what was submitted in our staff report, it calls out a C1 buffer, but I believe the applicant mentioned a C3 buffer. So I just wanted to know what exactly we should expect with our approval.
Amelia?
Yeah, so it's along it varies depending on the side property line. So along the western property line, and then it goes up to the point, is a 30-foot C1 landscape buffer. And then from that point down, where we see that building located a little bit closer to the property line there, we have a 20-foot wide C3 landscape buffer. And then as we go back down to the side there, we revert back to the 30-foot C1 landscape buffer. So largely there's a landscape buffer on all of those property lines. It just it shrinks from 30 feet to 20 feet at that kind of northeastern property line.
Anything else, Commissioner? Any other discussion? Commissioner, you want to do a motion, or Commissioner?
I move to accept staff recommendation with all conditions.
Well, so first
two parts.
Yeah, so first we have to, so the hearing was on 22A and B. We have to vote on these separate, and just a friendly reminder on when we do the plan amendments, we have to have 6 affirmative votes, which is a little different than the rezonings. So I think our council, is that correct? Okay, that's correct. And so the motion's on 22A. Just restate your motion.
So move to approve 22A, accept staff's recommendation.
That's a proper motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Any other discussion? Seeing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. 22A is adopted. And now motion on 22B. Commissioner Henley?
Move to accept 22B, accept the staff recommendation to approve with conditions.
That's a proper motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Any other discussion? Seeing none. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. And 22B is adopted. Thank you, Council Lady, for coming in. All right. So that brings us to 23A and B, but so as we move through the night, we sometimes lose the opposition. or they learn more about the process, or a staff person talks to them. So we'll just see if the opposition is still in the room. So is the opposition on 23A and B still in the room?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for your patience. All right, 23A. Amelia.
I'm going to be presenting that for Amelia.
Oh, sorry, Jason.
So I'll be doing 23A and 23B.
Okay.
Okay, this is item 23A and 23B. Item 23A is a request to amend the SP outlined in red. Item 23B is to rezone the area highlighted in yellow to single-family residential. While these two items are being presented together, like the other ones, each item must be acted on separately. The existing SP is approximately 14 acres. It's located along the west boundary of Ellington Parkway, Bethwood Drive, Allenwood Drive, and Sladen Drive dead end on site. Dear Baxter Middle School is just to the northwest of the site on Hart Lane. For 23A, staff recommends approval with conditions and disapproval without all conditions. For 23B, staff recommends approval subject to the approval of 23A. This is the approved SP plan. It permits up to 75 multifamily units and 2 single-family lots. Plan is divided into 2 sections. The first section includes all of the residential units and improvements on the site. The second section, which is highlighted in yellow, is approved as open space. This is the zoomed-in view of the first section. This section is intended to remain SP. This is the zoomed-in view of the second section. It's approximately 5 acres. A stream and associated buffer impact a large area in this section. The area in the stream buffer, as well as the area outside of the stream buffer, are designated as open space. This is also the section of the SP that is proposed to be removed and rezoned to RS75. From a density standpoint, based on the acreage, RS75 will permit up to 29 single-family lots. With that said, it is important to note that due to the stream buffers, stormwater regulations, and street improvements, the feasible number of lots would be far less than 29. The area proposed to be removed in the SP and rezoned to RS75 is in a conservation policy, urban neighborhood evolving policy, and special policy area. The conservation policy recognizes the stream and is intended to promote conservation of the stream. The urban neighborhood evolving policy is intended to create and enhance urban neighborhoods that provide more housing choices, improved connectivity, moderate density, high density development. Successful infill and redevelopment in existing neighborhoods should take into account considerations such as the timing and some elements of the existing development and character. Special policy, this location is intended to promote active transportation through trails, sidewalks, and greenways. Staff finds the proposed RS75 zoning district is consistent with the policies. Any future development would be required to meet all subdivision zoning and stormwater requirements. All of these requirements will ensure minimum impact in the area located within stream buffer. The proposed RS75 zoning district is also consistent with the majority of the surrounding zoning. Inclusion, staff recommends approval with conditions and disapproval without all conditions of 23A and 23B. Staff recommends approval if the associated SP amendment is approved, and that should be disapproved if the associated SP amendment is disapproved.
All right, so Jason, you covered 23A and B both there?
Correct, and they need to be voted on separately.
Yes, okay, perfect. Thank you, sir. All right, so commissioners, we'll open this item for public hearing. Is the applicant? Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the commission, my name is Michael Garrigan. I'm with Dale & Associates, 516 Heather Place. This is an SP that was originally zoned, I believe, in 2016. It was what generated the trail-oriented development for this area, which covers several parcels to the left of screen left and several parcels to screen right. Connecting 2 major collector streets as well as 3 schools and 2 parks, I believe. So we met with the community about 2 months ago. The original plan was to amend the SP for this area to have 26 townhomes on it. There was a lot of concerns with that. The private roads were a concern. The attached housing was a concern. So my client agreed to, instead of amending the SP for the 26 units, to amend it to take it back to its original zoning of RS 7.5, which is the same as the neighborhood it's adjacent to. So that's about it. Obviously, with RS 7.5, there's concept plan and development plan, so there's no specific plan or drawing for this property at the time, but we would be getting back with the community prior to doing so to show them some of the details, the public roads, the access to the Greenway Trail that is for public use. Things of that nature, and I'm almost 100% sure this might end up being the first conservation subdivision because there really is no option. It's been in place for quite a while, and it's hard to meet those requirements, but I believe that's about all this will be able to do. So in closing, Councilor Reese asked me to read this on her behalf. Council Member Van Reese is at the Louisiana Affordable Housing Conference. She asked me to read this. I'm sorry I cannot be there today. I worked with the neighborhood to conclude that a request to downzone Phase 2 back to its original base zone would better accommodate the existing approved Phase 1. This is an important part of our trail-oriented development work, and I am happy to support the neighborhood request. If there are remaining questions or concerns, I will work to resolve them before the public hearing at Metro Council, and I request for your approval. Thank y'all.
Thank you, sir. Anyone wishing to speak in support of the project? Seeing none. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Come on up. Welcome, and please state your name and address.
Hi, good evening. My name is Melinda Aguilera, but I'm here on behalf of a couple of people in the neighborhood, Sarah Brown at 2629 Bethwood and April McCrae at 2531 Allenwood Drive. I would like to say the only reason I understand that they're suggesting changing it so that it's in line with the adjacent zoning, but that adjacent zoning was only recently changed when they built the last large housing development over there. And since then, the issue of traffic has not been addressed. We were told that there would be a traffic study done and that any decisions would be deferred until the traffic study was completed. We had a hit and run on Oakwood back in December. So these are definitely concerns. So the only reason it would be the same as the adjacent parcel zone is because that was recently changed, but those problems were never addressed. So before this is approved, we just want to see a traffic study and know what's going to be done to not only keep our neighborhood safe, but just to mitigate any other problems that could occur with allowing more traffic through the neighborhood, especially connecting, 2 main roads and 3 schools. That's quite a bit of traffic. There's one traffic hump in the zone, and that's it. One. Not even one street with them on it, one single traffic hump. I'm pretty sure the resident in front lobbied to get that, himself installed. I'm not sure, but we can't say that it's safe to move forward if we don't have any details on what y'all are doing for the traffic, which we were promised.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it very much. Anyone else wishing to speak opposition? Come on up. Welcome.
My name is Cassandra Branch, and I reside at 2577 Bethwood Drive, and I'm just going to piggyback off of her. It's not so much that we...
Hold on, ma'am. We'll reset the clock again. There we go. Go ahead. Sorry about that.
Okay. Do I need to restate my name?
Yeah, let's do that.
Cassandra Branch, 2577 Bethwood Drive. Our piggyback off of her is not necessarily that we oppose, but we were promised a traffic study. That is a big concern, and just like he mentioned, more details to come. We are looking for those details because it is very important about the connecting, especially for the walkway. We're very interested in the walkway. That's something that's important, and I've been hearing rumors, again, it's rumors, that we may not have access, and we have over 40-something years had these dead ends. So when you're opening them up and these cars are coming through, it's a big concern of ours. So we just want a little bit more detail. I mean, growth is a good thing. So that's the biggest issue that we have. The more details and the traffic study is imperative.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else wishing to speak? Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? All right, seeing none. Rebuttal, 2 minutes, and then we'll.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A few things. It's my understanding that the intersection where the accident occurred is being worked on with NDOT. Don't quote me on this, but I'm pretty sure Councilman Parker, as well as Councilmember Reese, had a community meeting discussing the forthcoming improvements there. The second item I wanted to discuss is what I mean, you can see from the screen, there's only one way to do it. There would be no access to Allenwood. It would come off of Sladen Drive. It would be a Public Works approved cul-de-sac, which all these dead-end streets right now, Bethwood, Allenwood, and Sladen, do not have cul-de-sacs. The pavement just stops. And then there would 100% absolutely per metro requirement be public access, sidewalks on the cul-de-sac, and then a sidewalk leading to the public greenway trail that will be open for public use. And the other thing I wanted to point out, the trail-oriented development, I kind of skimmed through it, and when I said it connects 2 major collector roads, 3 schools, and 2 parks, that is not vehicular traffic. That is pedestrian traffic. That was the sole purpose of this trail-oriented development, is to get mostly the school children from their house to their school safely to the park, and then, of course, anybody else that wants to use it, because there is no through streets in this area. If you had an overall map, you'd kind of see. I mean, the only through street's Ellington Parkway, and I don't think we want to be walking to school via it. So we're excited about this. I think there's been a couple of SPs under the trail-oriented development to get approved, but I'm not sure any have been constructed yet. But we're looking forward to hopefully being the first of that, as well as the first conservation subdivision. So thank you for your support.
Thank you. And I do not believe the council person is here, so we heard the letter. All right, so seeing no one else wishing to speak, I declare the public hearing closed. And Commissioner, so we'll try it again. We'll start off with Commissioner Tibbs, then we'll open it up for discussion, commissioners.
It seems like just maybe we can, about the traffic study, it seems like that was the biggest concern of the neighborhood, actually. So, and I think you mentioned that Councilman Van Rees was willing to, when it goes to council, I think she mentioned that. So maybe if we can just, get that as part of the of our approval, that is something that they are looking for, and make sure that maybe there's another public meeting before final approval so that that you can go over that. I'm looking at the applicant.
Commissioner Tibbs, I believe the director has indicated that we could make it a condition. So we can do it with the motion.
That's all I've got.
All right. Any discussion? Councilman.
Thank you, Chair. In reviewing the NDOT traffic calming project tracker, there is for Oakwood Avenue, if you come off of Trinity, Oakwood Avenue is the street that leads up to connect to these streets, and it appears that maybe not those sections, but everything from Trinity up to Sladen is in an active traffic calming project phase. So I'm not certain of where they're at with the meeting with neighbors to determine what designs are recommended there, and obviously it still takes a while to get to construction. But so at least for that street, for Oakwood Avenue up to Sladen, from Trinity to Sladen, which I can see a lot of cut through going on, it is in an active NDOT traffic calming phase. And then a little bit just to the west along Jones Avenue and Delway Drive, the traffic calming tracker indicates that some work has already been done, including some vertical measures. So I think that will help, but I would certainly agree with Commissioner Tibbs that any additional finalizations that we can work with the council to add as a final condition of approval would be helpful. And that's it.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other discussion from the commissioners? Commissioner Tibbs, you want to make a motion?
Yeah, would I do that with 23B, right? That's where I would make it, not with 23A, the condition?
Yes, it would be on 23B. So we had the hearing on both 23A and B, and then this would be the first.
I make a motion that we approve item 23A with staff's recommendations.
That's a proper motion. Is there a second? Second. Any other discussion? Seeing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. And 23A is approved. 23B.
I'd like to make a motion to approve 23B with the added condition that a traffic study be done and presented to the neighborhood.
Thank you. That's a proper motion. Is there a second?
Council? Yeah, prior to council.
Proper motion. Is there a second? Second. Any other discussion? Seeing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. And 23B is approved with the traffic study condition. All right. So that leads us, commissioners, we're almost 2 hours, but I think we can do one more case if there's no objection. All right. Vice Chair, I always want to check. It's with Stewart, really. Commissioner Clifton.
For the folks who don't come all the time.
So we are on item.
If one more case, you're not thinking we're going home after this.
No, we're not going home after this. No, sir. No. So we're on item 24. Dustin, it's back up.
Dustin Shane, staff planner. This is the Century Farms SP amendment. And this is kind of the second time we're considering this, so I'll go quickly. This is a request to amend that SP to permit 300 additional multifamily units and revised standards. Our recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. It's an SP. The main policy to be concerned with is the D district destination retail. This is the approved SP on file right now. This is the amended SP that we're seeing. We'll kind of go through. You remember the big box area, the bottom right, that's there with some caveats. And then in the bottom left, I draw your attention to the new town center area next to the 2-acre park and the roundabout. So the currently approved SP, 1,300 units, variety of uses and building types in 5 sub-districts, each with their own standards. There was a public hearing on 3.9, which is closed, where you all considered the 300 additional units and the modified standards. Several issues were identified: the removal of the town center, the added signage and concerns about light pollution, reduced walkability, WeGo access, and then also ideas about letting that big box area transition back to a town center at some point. Over the past month, the applicant has worked with staff, the council member, and the community to create a revision. As I said, there's a new town center by the 2-acre park. We built into the SP flexibility in the big box area with the parking so that it can evolve into a town center-like area over time. We've added more sidewalks through that big box area, through the parking lots. They put language back in there about being WeGo ready. Unfortunately, that's on WeGo's timeline, so whenever that move is made, that will happen, but the development is ready for that, and the right-of-ways and everything will accommodate that. It's a commitment written into the SP for the dark skies ordinance, respecting that. The silo sign has been removed, interstate signage reduced. They're writing into the SP to manage invasive species within the open space, and then they've also worked out private agreements for their trails within the development, which is not under Metro's purview. There, as a condition for flat roofs for multifamily buildings for an aesthetic effect. And then there's conditions in there for a little extra height next to the interstate with certain conditions. So our analysis is that this is an improved plan. It ultimately will lead to more town center-like areas and more walkability even in the short term. And then for all the other issues, we feel like we've worked to an acceptable solution. We've talked with the community too, and there's still agreements ongoing, but they seem, from my communication with them, they're at a place where they find this acceptable. So our recommendation is to approve the conditions and disapprove without all conditions. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I need to recuse myself from this one.
Okay. Commissioner Tibbs will recuse himself. So, Commissioners, this one's a little different. We've already had the public hearing at the Planning Commission, so we're on deliberation as we do after a public hearing. This was deferred, and Dustin did a good job explaining the changes of the plan, and so we're now in deliberation. So we'll try this again. Commissioner Henley, you want to start us off? Because we're not opening the public hearing back up.
Yeah, we heard from the council member before we got to the item, and I think the list of changes, I think the community would consider lists of improvements based off of what we heard in the when the public hearing was open. I'm inclined from what I saw, and I know there was a lot of comment about the town center, and it looks as though there was a significant commitment to that, as well as some of the other commitments that were suggested by the community organizations. I'm inclined to accept staff recommendation and with the guidance of the council member.
All right. Any other discussion on this item? Vice Chair?
I just wanted to clarify for myself. So the town center is on the bottom right where? That's okay.
Yeah, plan bottom left, you can see that there's now an area that has a more, typical downtown looking layout, and that's new.
Okay. We go back to what we saw last time? Back one slide? Okay. Okay, yeah.
All right, Councilman.
Thank you, Chair. I know I was pretty critical of the plan last time, and really appreciate that applicants taking time to work with staff as well as the community. Definitely adding the town center back is a good thing. We had a lot of concerns about lighting, which council overall is concerned about. So I'm very satisfied that those have been addressed. And one thing, too, I wanted to point out that I appreciated in the staff recommendation this time is, obviously, this is a suburban area and a suburban center, but really want to make sure that we're not put back in a position of where we're at with some of the other kind of big box malls where we have a building that's very difficult to retrofit. And so I appreciate the staff recommendation pointing out that with some of these changes that staff are contemplating that in the future, if a different land use pattern or type were needed, that this is able to be retrofitted in a way that we think the future is going for some of these suburban sites. So I appreciate staff working on that, as well as the applicant, because I know it took some additional time, but I think the result is worth it, and I'm in support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other discussion from the commissioners? Commissioner Hanley, do you want to make a motion since you started us off?
Absolutely. Make a motion, item 24, to accept staff's recommendation with conditions.
That's a proper motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it.
There was a memo with added conditions. I guess.
And that was the conditions that we,
okay.
that we were speaking of. Thank you. Thank you, Dustin. So we've been here 2 hours, commissioners, and I think that would put us at finishing about half of the agenda if we took a break. And I think, after 2 hours, restroom break's probably warranted. So without objection, we'll take a break. We'll be back. Is trying to leave. But on a very serious note, Commissioner Haynes has served on the Planning Commission for 12 years. He has served the city with diligence, expertise, and passion that most people just don't have. And he has fulfilled a civic duty. His family, which I've known for years and years and years, have instilled that civic duty in his mind, and he is a great servant to our city. We're going to miss him. This is supposedly his last meeting. We may have to fill in maybe 1 or 2 more meetings, but we're going to recognize him. But he is really just an outstanding person and citizen of Nashville. We're going to miss you. Thank you, Commissioner Haynes. We'll let you go. He's only been doing about 100,000 hours of public service, free public service. I don't know if y'all know this, but everyone on the commission, the commissioners are volunteers to the city and are away from their families, but all of them are passionate and love the city. And so I thank all of the commissioners who serve, and it's really an important function of the city. And I hope that you all notice that when we deliberate, we really try to do the right thing, and appreciate everybody coming down and letting us do that. All right, so back, Director, do you want to say?
Chairman, I understand from the staff that you might want to inquire as to whether item 36 needs to continue to be heard.
Okay, so commissioners, item 36 was on the consent agenda, and so we'll check. Is anyone in the room here in opposition to item 36?
You might read This is a request to rezone from R10 to R6 on Riverside Drive.
Anyone in the room in opposition to item 36? If not, it's tradition that we can vote to put this back on the consent calendar and approve. Is there a motion, Councilman?
I would like to move that, and as the district council member, I'm happy to meet with any neighbors before this comes to the council public hearing. But yes, would like to move it back on the consent.
Perfect. That's a proper motion. Is there a second? Second. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of putting item 36 back on the consent agenda for approval, say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and item 36 is approved on the consent. All right, so that leads us to item number 26. Logan.
Yes, good evening, Chair. My name is Logan Elliott with the Planning Department, and I'll be presenting item 26 on tonight's agenda. The request is for preliminary SP approval to permit a multifamily development, and staff's recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. The subject site is split zoned between R15 and R40 zoning, with RS20 zoning to the west over a subdivision. An SP is across Sawyer Brown Road to the east that draws access from Charlotte Pike, and that SP has townhomes at about 5 units an acre. And otherwise, the site is surrounded by R15 zoning. The policy applied to the site is suburban neighborhood evolving and intends to provide a greater housing choice than classic suburban neighborhoods with increased pedestrian, bicycle, and vehicular connectivity. And the conservation policy applied to the site reflects steep slopes that are intended to be preserved in their natural state. Looking at the SP plan, the application proposes 61 total units with 33 detached units and 28 attached units. The application proposes to realign Sawyer Brown Road so that it intersects Charlotte Pike at a right angle, where currently it intersects at an inappropriate angle. NDOT completed a mobility study for the Old Hickory Boulevard, Charlotte Pike vicinity in the summer of last year, and this study evaluated this intersection and found that it was recommended to realign this intersection to improve the conditions. So the application provides this improvement to the intersection. This project draws its access from Sawyer Brown Road and then utilizes private drives internal to the site. At the ingress-egress point at Sawyer Brown Road, a curb feature is provided that would restrict left turns so that drivers would be limited to turning right out of the development towards Charlotte Pike or towards the bottom of the screen. The project also proposes to widen Charlotte Pike to provide a two-way center turn lane. And this would extend from the existing center turn lane to the east at Traymore Village, all the way to the west to where Wheatfield Way is located. Charlotte Pike is a scenic arterial in this location, so that means a landscape buffer is required along the street. And because of the landscape buffer that's being provided, the development otherwise turns the unit's interior to the site and towards the private drives. And the plan also indicates areas where the existing vegetation will remain, and these are areas that generally have the steep slopes that are being preserved. So in staff's analysis of the SP plan, staff found that the form and intensity that is being provided is consistent with the suburban neighborhood evolving policy. The density being provided here is approximately 5 units an acre and is consistent with the surrounding development pattern. The plan also includes significant right-of-way improvements to both Sawyer Brown and Charlotte Pike, and the conservation policies are being preserved in an appropriate fashion. Therefore, staff recommends approval of conditions and disapproval without all conditions.
Thank you, Logan. So we'll open this item for public hearing, and is the applicant. Welcome. 10 minutes, 2 minutes for rebuttal. Okay. Hope you need to turn the mic on.
Is that it?
There you go.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Roy Dale at Dale & Associates, 516 Heather Place. Staff did a great analysis of this. I think they pretty well indicated everything that's being done. But I think I'll add that it's about 2 years ago when this actually started. There were several proposed zone changes on Charlotte, and there were community meetings. I think at one of the community meetings, we had a number of developments considered at one time. And the council member, in her wisdom, decided that she needed to have a study done on Charlotte Pike. And so she asked this applicant to wait until the results of that study was complete. And the results of that study indicated that there was a dangerous intersection here that needed to be corrected. So we have revised that to create a better intersection, as Logan had indicated. And I think originally there was actually an access maybe off of Wheatfield, and that was removed. There was also maybe originally an access off of Charlotte that's been removed. So through a lot of community input, the plan's been revised multiple times. This intersection is being realigned to make it safe where it's dangerous now. And the access into this development is being restricted so that traffic cannot go the opposite direction through an established area with a very narrow road. And so I think, you want to speak as well? Come on up. We'll make sure we retain our 2 minutes in case we need it.
Just state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Sherry Hamilton, and I'm with the developer, BT Enterprises, in our office at 125 Bell Forest Circle. Thank you for your time. And I have to agree with Roy that we are very pleased with the way that this has evolved. The primary concerns from the community meetings that we attended were traffic density and preservation of green space. And due to the traffic concerns, Gloria did request a traffic study, which resulted in a 355-page report. And in that report, anything that pertained to our particular development, especially the intersection of Charlotte Pike and Sawyer Brown to the north, it was highlighted as a hot spot for traffic concerns. And it has very poor visibility. And it's been noted by the citizens, too, that getting onto Charlotte Pike at certain times of the day can be difficult, which if you can see the yellow highlighted area up there, we are addressing that with a center turn lane, which will make joining the traffic much easier. And so we believe that we will alleviate the accident concerns by straightening that intersection. We'll widen Sawyer Brown. We will create a right turn only, I guess it's called a pork chop exit, to turn out of the development and create a flow of traffic to Charlotte Pike. And we will help to create a more pedestrian community by adding sidewalks bordering with Charlotte Pike and Sawyer Brown. We've listened to all the public feedback and other concerns, and we will build single-family detached homes with garages along Charlotte Pike with the beautiful landscaping that looks like little dots up there right now. And we will keep the density low at only 5.1 homes per acre, and are open to adding walking paths and other family-friendly amenities to the community. So we really appreciate your support.
Thank you, and we'll save 2 minutes for rebuttal. All right. Anyone wishing to speak in support? Support? Seeing none. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Come on up. Yep, and if everybody would line up, that would be great.
Good evening.
So it's 2 minutes, and please state your name and address.
I have a video show you how narrow and dangerous this old soil brown road. And VT Enterprise latest plan didn't address. The NDOT study said need to upgrade the soil brown road, old soil brown road, between Charlie Pike and old Charlie Pike. In their plan, they didn't address it. Please see the
where they want to build. Ma'am, for the record, could you just please state your name?
In
Brown Road, which is narrow and substandard.
Can you do it on the microphone? State your name and address.
After the BT development.
In Kenny.
16 feet wide. A normal two-way street allows 10 feet per lane. The original speed limit of 25 miles an hour was lowered to 20 by NDOT after their 2022 study. To the right, you see a steep drop-off of about 30 feet to the Tremor.
Yeah, let's start it over because we couldn't hear that.
Inadequate condition. Entering North Sawyer Brown Road from the east, you make a sharp 45-degree turn.
We're going to start it over. Hold on.
The area at the left is where they...
You did. Oh, you did? Okay. There we go. Sorry. I'm not paying attention.
He did.
Okay.
We're starting from the beginning right now.
North Sawyer Brown Road from the east, you make a sharp 45-degree turn. The bamboo area at the left is where they want to build 61 housing units exiting onto Sawyer Brown Road, which is narrow and substandard, even according to Dale and Associates. The roadway after the VT development narrows back to 16 feet wide. A normal two-way street allows 10 feet per lane. The original speed limit of 25 miles an hour was lowered to 20 by NDOT after their 2022 study. To the right, you see a steep drop-off of about 30 feet to the Tremor Retention Pond. This grossly inadequate road has no shoulder, no striping, no barrier. An accident here would likely be fatal. Passing another vehicle requires slowing to a crawl. 39 Oak Haven households routinely use Sawyer Brown Road to access Charlotte Pike. Adding 61 additional housing units with two-car garages will add conservatively 120 movements per day, or triple the current traffic load. This will greatly impede the traffic flow for Oak Haven Trace to Charlotte Pike. There's only one street light from Charlotte Pike to Oak Haven and one more north of the area close to Old Charlotte Pike. Alternatively, exiting north from Oak Haven subdivision, we face a blind, narrow, curving roadway that descends 30 feet to a narrow culvert bridge and a sharp left turn back northbound to Old Charlotte Pike, again with a narrow curving roadway and 20 mile per hour speed. Changing to an SP zoning will allow high-density housing on this property, greatly reduce the safety and quality of life of the current residents of the Oak Haven subdivision. Please deny this request to change from the current zoning to an SP. Oak Haven is a great place to live. Let us keep it that way.
Next.
PowerPoint. The one right there. First top one. There we go. John Kenny, 7529 Oak Haven Trace. 39 households, slide, currently use the narrow Sawyer Brown Road to access Charlotte Pike. VT makes no provision for the roadway beyond their own property. They're using it as an entrance and exit for up to 120 movements per day. This will intercept and seriously delay access and egress for the existing 39 households. The proposed development will result in approximately 156% increase in traffic. Delays caused by the additional traffic will drive some Oak Haven Trace traffic northbound on a dangerous, blind, curving, and descending roadway toward Old Charlotte Pike. Slide. According to Dale and Associates, North Sawyer Brown is a narrow and substandard roadway. Their plan does nothing to relieve this problem, just exacerbate it. As Councilman Hauser mentioned earlier, make things better. This is really just a one-way roadway. There were 11 crashes at North Sawyer Brown and Charlotte Pike from 2015 to 2021. There are no road shoulders the length of Sawyer Brown Road. Along Traymore, no shoulders or barriers and a 30-foot drop. Upgrading of North Sawyer Brown from Charlotte Pike to Old Charlotte Pike was recommended before any development by NDOT, but not even priced or budgeted. VT makes no real provision to assist Oak Haven, but rather magnifies the problem. Slide. Normal roadways are 10 feet wide per lane. You can see 16 feet, 14 feet, 16 feet are the roadways. 30-foot drop at Traymore. Recommended improvements are not priced or budgeted. It's a blind curving roadway. Slide. A treacherous and dangerous road that had the speed limit dropped from 25 to 20. 39 families use this. I would like to recommend that the 3 additional pages in your handout be read by the council person. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you. My name is Tim Cannon, 7505 Oak Haven Trace. We've lived here for 4 years now, and this is probably the 3rd attempt to develop this property. And what we're seeing now is this addition of 61 units with 2-car garages, adding traffic for up to 120 additional vehicles. And this does not include service vehicles, delivery, Amazon, UPS, FedEx, many other large vehicles that would be accessing via Sawyer Brown. There's about 100 vehicles in the current Oak Haven and North Sawyer Brown residents that access this narrow road safely. This does not include the ones that I mentioned a second ago. When building access to Charlotte might be more expensive, we think it's a good suggestion to at least consider access off of Charlotte rather than having the access off Sawyer Brown. At one time in the past, that proposal was suggested, but it was never got any traction. Oh, that's all right. Okay. Yeah, I have a PowerPoint, but I just missed it. So we think that the pork chop type entrance might provide access to the development. We don't think it does anything for the residents in Oak Haven Trace or on Sawyer Brown. In addition, we think that creates traffic concerns and potential for merging traffic patterns. And we just think it sounds like a bad idea. I've never seen anything like it myself. We're questioning whether the developer will have the proper permitting and approvals to achieve the additional lanes on Charlotte. It sounds like a good thing, but I don't know how we get that done. Just overall, we think the interchange between the Charlotte Pike and Sawyer Brown and Old Hickory and 40 is more congested all the time. They've added thousands of units there. And we think this is just adding more to the problem. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And we did get your PowerPoint. We have it. So thank you. No, everybody's got a copy. Commissioners, y'all got a copy? Yep, everybody's got a copy. All right, you're up. 2 minutes.
Chairman, Commissioners, appreciate the time. My name's Reed Gibbs. I live at 7741 Sawyer Brown Road. I object to this development. Traffic is a massive concern. I took a look at the NDOT study. Conveniently, it just ended. I live on the south side of Sawyer Brown Road. Right before you got to Nashville Christian and all the traffic and congestion that happens on that side of Sawyer Brown, as well as the cut through that all the traffic that is coming from Charlotte, especially when I-40 backs up, it all flows out through that, straight down Sawyer Brown Road. The amount of trash, the dangers, it's just a danger to pull off my driveway with the sheer amount of traffic coming through. So it's disappointing to see that the traffic study did not include that side and then the impacts of the street there. Also, this development is right between 2 school zones. As everyone's talked here, it is, traffic is a real concern. It's a real problem. Born and raised in Nashville, grew up about 5 miles from this location. I live about 1.5 miles there. Saved up my whole life to buy a house so I could raise my family where I grew up. And to be frank, if you've been to Bellevue, thousands upon thousands of apartments and hundreds of townhouses like this are all over the place. This is not anything new to add variety, which I heard was a main feature of we needed to have a variety from the typical suburban area. that exists today. So this is not a community need because it is oversaturated with apartments already. I go to many of Councilwoman Gloria Hosser's community meetings about rezoning, and not once have I ever heard a single one of her constituents or anyone in the Bellevue area speak in favor of rezoning to higher density zoning. Everybody I've talked to, which has got to be close to 100 now, we all want to see these areas developed, but we want to see them developed in low single-family housing as they're currently zoned. Appreciate the time, Commission.
Now remember, everybody, we don't clap, we don't cheer, we don't boo. We be professional. Okay.
All right. Hi, my name is Chris Holmes. I live at 108 Oak Haven Court. I am actually on the east side of the project, the cul-de-sac. I have fears personally where trees are coming down. I've had flooding issues. We spent about $200,000 in the past 12 months fixing the runoff of what has happened off of the hill in which they're about to attack and take all the trees down. I also have great concerns with the traffic. We're head-on, constantly run off the road. People coming from Ashland City, when River Road is backed up at Charlotte Pike, they come flying through and with no disregard. At the corner of Oak Haven Trace and Sawyer Brown is a bus stop. You see children jumping out of the way, dodging cars that are flying through there. The road's just simply not big enough for more volume. One last thing, my partners here have said great things already, and I'm glad to be here. There's a graveyard at the top of the property of the long sliver where you have the attached housing. Just thought you might want to know that. It's right on the edge of the property line. Thank you for your time. Good luck with the graveyard. Chris Holmes, thank you very much.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jonathan Hopkins. I'm at 100 Oak Haven Court, basically next door to Chris. I just want to echo the traffic concerns. I lived in Oak Haven since 2007. My kids go to school. They went to school at Gower. Now they're at H.G. Hill. One of them's fixing to go to Lawson next year. So the school bus is a concern. The school bus still comes down that way. And it is just getting more and more congested, like everybody has said. People are using this section of Sawyer Brown as a cut through. If this starts construction, you're going to have lots of construction vehicles come through as well. I'm kind of concerned if they're going to rebuild this section, are we still going to be able to turn up and go, to our homes, to Oak Haven? How's that going to work? Got a few questions about that. But in the blasting, I mean, obviously we're higher up on the northern section. I assume there's going to be a lot of blasting. I think I saw a retaining wall, so I know some's going to come down there. A lot of people work from home in our area, just like a lot of people do nowadays. So the traffic is a big concern. You're having everybody come out at that pinch point. I see how they're turning right towards Charlotte, but now you've got 60. Oak Haven is 39 homes. You got 60 something now. So that's going to back up all the way, and it's just going to be a congestion mess. So that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. Allie Shanahan, 7532 Oak Haven Trace. Echo what all my neighbors have said here today. That street, Sawyer Brown down there, it is a backcountry, very narrow road. We are a community. You can see our neighbors here. We have to pull over to the side. We go slow. There's people out walking their dogs on this street. So to add these houses in here, these apartments in here that are going to be bringing that traffic in there. I walk my kids. I have 2 young kids. We walk on this road. I bought this house with my husband about a year and a half ago with dreams of walking my little girl when she goes to kindergarten, down to Gower. And so to put this in here and to have this crowded, congested intersection is not what I imagined or what I thought when I bought this house. It is a very beautiful neighborhood today that allows you to go into the trees, go up into our neighborhood. Like I said, like to go down on walks down there, and this just completely changes the dynamic of our neighborhood, and it's a safety concern for me trying to raise my 2 young kids here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, everyone. Rita Shankar here from Oak Haven. I'm a resident there. And my concern is the density. Right now, it's a single-family neighborhood. And we also got the house like about 2 years back, and it was because of how the neighborhood is, and we have a low density area. But still, the Sawyer Brown Road, it's so narrow. The turns, just like everything I'm trying to say has been told by my neighbors. It's dangerous already, and with that density of so many homes, it doesn't look anything better. And we are fine with single-family homes, but that 5.1 housing per acre, that's a high density, and I do not support this thing because it's just bringing chaos to the neighborhood and nothing positive.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, Sarah Romero, 7537 Oak Haven Trace. I'm glad to be here today. Thank you for your time. I'm so proud to stand with my neighbors and fighting this issue. I have 2 young children as well. My husband and I bought the property just about 2 years ago. We enjoy walking down to Traymore to ride our scooters. We enjoy walking our neighborhood as well. It is a nice, calm, peaceful place to be with strong community. I strongly feel with all the facts presented in the report, as well as personal testimony from myself and my neighbors, that this would destroy that community aspect, which we all work so hard for, we all aspire to. So I just encourage you to please look at the facts, as well as the personal testimony from those who will be directly affected from this. Safety is a concern. I was taking my 2-year-old daughter to school this morning and was nearly run off the road by another SUV. I drive a midsize SUV. Another midsize SUV almost ran me off the road. Can you imagine what a construction vehicle would do to my 2-year-old on her way to school? That is very dangerous. In addition to all the congestion and additional population, I strongly recommend you look at the facts as well as the testimony and deny this rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Susan Saunders. I live at 2054 Traymore Village Drive. Thank you very much for hearing me tonight. I respectfully hope that you will decline this. And I stand very much with all of my neighbors. I have lived in Traymore Village since 2010, and there has been runoff issues of water off of Sawyer Brown ever since I lived there. We have problems with water coming off of that. I can't see any reason why, with all of this, that there won't be any more water runoff. We're going to have even more coming off from this. And with all of the traffic, I have been nearly run over, I don't know how many times, trying to turn into Traymore Village off of Charlotte. That it scares me trying to turn into my own subdivision and having 120 something odd more cars coming in. How am I going to get into my subdivision safely? I'm not. I'm going to get run over one of these days because there's more construction, more people. Somebody's going to hit me one of these days because I'm trying to turn into my subdivision. I respectfully ask that you please deny this because it's not safe. The children aren't safe. There's children that are getting put out at by the bus at the entrance of my subdivision. There are children that are walking to school over at Gower. And it's not safe. There's no sidewalks.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Gail Reed. I live at 2080 Traymore Village Drive. A couple of the concerns, I echo all the concerns that my friends and neighbors here have voiced this evening. The traffic is out of control, and widening Sawyer Brown and putting center turn lanes in, those such of things, that's not going to help with the quality of life in our neighborhoods. There are so many condos and apartments in this area that it is absolutely oversaturated, and to add more units, another, 92 units with possibly double that if everybody has 2 cars. it's going to make the situation even worse and more unsafe. So I respectfully ask you all to please disapprove rezoning this area. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, everybody. Captain Martin Johnson. I live at 2080 Trademore Village Drive. My concerns are that over at the high school on Old Hickory Boulevard, the traffic backs up to Charlotte every day, and you can't even turn left if you want onto Charlotte if you're coming towards from the high school. So with more housing and everything, the traffic's going to get even worse where the parents pick up the children. There's no accommodations made for that traffic to pick the kids up. So, and they take up all the space in the turn lane. And there's no sidewalks. And every year I've seen many a deer up in that section with the wildlife up there. Like wildlife come through there. And there's just they'll get pushed out. So the wildlife will have to find somewhere to go. And I just don't agree with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Come on.
Good evening. My name is Rachel Davis. I live at 7447 Old Charlotte Pike. I appreciate what they're doing trying to help, but I currently live on a blind curve, and so I get to clean up wrecks. And I'm not sure that this curve is going to be helpful for the community. People run off in my yard. They've taken out my power, and I just see it as an additional place for people to have wrecks and to cause more trouble. Like you can see the density is changing from the size of the lots of the other people to the size of the lots that these are going to be on. So I'm not sure this plan is fully vetted. I appreciate the sidewalks. I appreciate the changes. I have concerns, as many of my neighbors have stated, and so I appreciate your time tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Sherry Hubanks, and I live at 7455 Sawyer Brown Road. I'm adjacent to the projected project. I am against the project for many reasons, and I'll piggyback off of all of my neighbors right next to me in Oak Haven. However, I feel like the concern about the graveyard needs to be definitely taken into consideration. And since I'm directly adjacent to the property in question, I feel like I need to know a little bit more about how much room, if it is approved, is going to be between my home and the digging and the blasting that's going to have to take place. My home is 51 years old, so I have grave concerns there that there could be structural damage, foundation damage from just the blasting alone. And I respectfully ask that you decline this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, do you want to speak? Or you're together. All right. Appreciate it. Welcome.
Hi.
Hello.
My name is Margie Cannon.
You can push the microphone. There we go. That way we can hear.
I should know that by now.
We need to hear you. We need to hear you. Thank you.
My address is 7505 Oak Haven Trace. And I, of course, agree with everything that's been said already here. One of my biggest concerns is the blasting. And I don't know how this works as far as if our houses are damaged as a result, because there's going to be a lot of blasting up there. There's just, it's a hill. And I don't know how that gets answered. I've never addressed this before, but we get blasting all the time now with the quarry. And other than shattering my nerves, I haven't had a lot of damage to my house, but with it being this close, I just really, I think it's a bad idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up. Welcome.
I'm Lisa Holmes, and I live at 108 Oak Haven. I'm literally on the other side of Sherry. I agree with all my neighbors. It's a great neighborhood. I've lived there 20 years. Native Nashvilleian, lived here my whole life. They just want to keep throwing up these facilities that in Bellevue and West Nashville that are just, they're not single living housing. So when we bought our house, the assumption was that would be our surrounding area as it grew. It's not turned out that way. The whole construction thing with Sawyer Brown, I agree with them. It's a very dangerous street. I used to run on it. You can run it 4 times up and down. It's a mile. It's perfect. But you can't run on it because somebody's going to run you over and they don't stop. And it's super dangerous. The water runoff is a huge issue, especially for us. We spent over $100,000 last year for water runoff. There is nothing but rock. It's limestone. That's all that's up there. You want to see rock come to my house? They literally dug up $150,000 of it and put it in my yard. So you can't sit here and say there's not going to be water runoff, because there is. There needs to be some sort of retention pond. A retainer wall is not going to hold that water back. I appreciate you guys listening to us. I think our neighborhood has shown some great support today. I did not expect all these people to be here today, so I love it. But we would really like for you all to consider our problems and issues and take in consideration. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's not evident how many problems there are at this. Just kind of want to wrap it up to just, I'm Kathleen St. Dennis. I live at 7449 Sawyer Brown, right at the low spot of the road, right next to where this is going to happen. I walk my dogs. I'm on the street every single day. One of the things is I've been to all the planning meetings, and it's just so short-sighted what has happened past their construction right here. They literally told me, oh, no one's going to use your road as a cut-through, which that's not a reality at all. So everything's been, we also talked about the sidewalks. Okay, well, can you help out maybe putting in some usable sidewalks? Well, no, it's going to end right there at their property and be completely not functional to anything. We talked about, hey, why don't we throw in a dog park? Any walkable spaces, any preservation of greenways? Okay, that'll be just for their residents. So there's absolutely no community benefit to this at all. And there's, like someone else said too, I mean, there's a million choices for housing, and it's just coming up everywhere. The road is just ridiculously inadequate for this. So any improvements they're trying to make on Charlotte right there really is just, again, very short-sighted in the development of this. We ask questions about preserving the nature, and kind of got a blank look. Oh yeah, we'll do what we can to that. But who's going to ensure that they make these what they say they're going to do, and it's not going to be an impact? How do we know that? But thanks for hearing us. Hopefully you'll consider all of these multiple issues that we have with this project. It's not development; it's this development in particular.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? All right, 2-minute rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's quite unique that you have so many people talking about a problem that this development will solve. And pretty much 80% or 90% of what we heard was about the narrowness of Sawyer Brown Road, how dangerous it is, kids can't walk. So that road comes in at 45 degrees right now. There's not even a turn lane in Charlotte Pike. So NDOT looked at this, and this is the recommendations that they made, and this is the public benefit of this development, to provide a safe intersection. It's not really based upon the number of vehicles, it's based upon configuration. This development is being designed so that people that leave this development turn towards Charlotte Pike. They don't go down Sawyer Brown Road. This Sawyer Brown Road will be widened to the extent of this property, but there's nothing that can be done about the narrowness of Sawyer Brown Road beyond that. This development is going to make this intersection safe. NDOT is who we look for as far as providing expertise, has indicated that this is what needs to be done. Beyond that, we look at policy. This conforms to policy. It provides a mixture of housing, stormwater. We cannot have stormwater issues. This site has to retain its stormwater. It cannot worsen a situation. So in essence, the real benefit of this project, and I think the council member certainly knew this because she delayed this for a while for this to be analyzed, are the public improvements that's going to make this safer for the community, much safer than it exists today. A safe 90-degree intersection built entirely by this development, widening of Charlotte Pike with turn lanes that don't exist now, with sidewalks as well for the kids that are walking. So I see every reason why this development should be approved based upon that alone. and I hope that you'll listen to your staff and recommend approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Lady? Ma'am, no. Council Lady?
First off, I want to thank everybody that came out today, because obviously their homes mean a lot to them. I mean, that is our biggest investment, is our homes. The most part of our life is spent in our homes. Our neighborhood, where we live, and our neighbors are vitally important to not only our quality of life, but our life. We've delayed this project over 2 years as we've gone back and forth. Originally, it was going to be opening on Charlotte Pike instead of Sawyer Brown. Neighbors said, no, we don't need any more cuts in the Charlotte Pike. So they went back to the drawing board. They thought, well, maybe we could enter on old Sawyer Brown. Sorry, I'm tired and I'm just kind of fumbling a little. So they tried to figure out what can we do to make that safe. And I said, you can't move forward until we get this Charlotte Pike study. Because one of the things I try to work with developers is to make something better than it is now, not just fix what you break. And so when we went back, worked with planning, and NDOT and TDOT had the magic. Three got together, NDOT, TDOT, and planning. They all worked together on this plan, and I appreciate all that. I know how hard that is to get those three entities together. And they tried to figure out, is there a way that they could not just fix what they were breaking, so to speak, by adding to the road, but make it better? The videos that you saw, or if we allow them to turn left, they would go down the narrow part of Sawyer Brown that you saw in the videos. This project will only allow right turn lanes. As they said, it's what they call the pork chop entrance, where basically if you want to tear up your car, you go left. Otherwise, you're going to have to go right. So that this narrow part of Sawyer Brown, which I said you cannot have traffic go that way, so they have made it so that it's impossible to go on the part that you saw on the videos, the narrow part of Old Sawyer Brown. Unfortunately, when Oak Haven and these other developments were built, those developers weren't required to make it better than it is today. So we have the situation we have now. The developments that are there are lovely and beautiful, and I totally appreciate the fact of folks wanting to preserve that. The only way we are going to be able to improve Charlotte Pike and Old Sawyer Brown is if developers pay for it. It's not in the budget. It's not going to be fixed. So you'll vote whether you think this is a yes or no, but do realize that the only way that we're going to improve Old Sawyer Brown is with the development. The only way we're going to improve Charlotte Pike by adding that turn lane is with developers paying for it. And for developers to be able to pay for it, they have to have enough density to make enough money so they don't go in the hole. And that's why it's 61 rather than 30 or 25 or however many we would prefer maybe the density be, but it's not going to pay for any improvements. So if we want improvements to Old Sawyer Brown and we want improvements with Charlotte, we need to do something like this. And I do think that these developers have tried their darndest to come up with something that would work for all. You'll make your decision. The planning department did recommend it. I appreciate that. I appreciate all the people that showed up. I understand this is to their heart. This is their neighbors. But from what I have seen and the analysis that I've done with NDOT and with planning, this will improve the situation rather than make it worse. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Lady. Seeing no one else wishing to speak, I declare the public hearing closed. And Councilman, you want to go first?
Thank you, Chair. Really appreciate Councilmember Hauser providing some of that background on previous efforts to rezone this property. I definitely understand the concern of neighbors. Having a 14-foot wide road is concerning for sure, but it appears that, to me at least, that this concentrates all the traffic right at Charlotte as much as possible. It does widen the road, provides sidewalks, provides a turn lane on Charlotte. So I'm persuaded that the public infrastructure improvements that will be paid for through private development not only mitigate the concern, but improve the infrastructure for the whole corridor. So I'm inclined to support.
All right, so should we? Yeah, discussion. We'll try to do this again. So, Commissioner Tibbs.
So the gated emergency access, I don't know if somebody can describe that. And I know NDOT looked at it, the access as it is close to Charlotte, but can you just elaborate a little bit on that, where it actually ended up being the access and that emergency gate, just what is that, and could you just elaborate a little bit more on that first?
Yeah, I'll talk about the gated access first because that's a little simpler. That's a fire code requirement to have a secondary means of access. So that would be a gated paved driveway that would only be available to emergency services in case the primary entrance was unavailable. Concerning the access on Sawyer Brown, NDOT and planning and the applicant looked at a variety of different access situations and ultimately landed on this one because Charlotte Pike is a arterial road, and the general access approach to arterials is to limit access whenever possible. So when sites have frontage onto local streets, like this site does onto Sawyer Brown, generally the approach is to draw access from the local streets, limiting the access points onto an arterial. And considering the mobility study that was done and the recommendations that were provided in that study for this intersection, NDOT found this improvement to be adequate with the right turn restriction for the access point being one of their recommendations to draw access from Sawyer Brown Road, with the acknowledgement that the remainder of the road would be substandard, that this project would be improving the conditions.
Was there we have had this before about the one-way in and, just the complications that does cause. And I see this, the gated, that's why I brought that up. But I know we've worked hard not to not approve these when that, basically there's such basically a dead end once you get up there. So was there any other concern about that, or was that gated access their answer to it?
As far as providing additional connectivity or access points into the site?
Yeah, we've in the past been a little hesitant to approve when we have this big development that goes way back, and it's just this huge dead end, and just for emergency access and other, fire trucks and everything. Is that little gated thing, is that their answer to that, or was there more concern about it? Because I do share the neighbors' concern about it, and that's why I was just trying to ask some of these questions about what's going on.
The gated emergency access is just a code requirement, a technicality that they're trying to address with that. As far as the connectivity options or just looking at the site and the context surrounding it, there are subdivisions surrounding it that makes it difficult to provide connectivity. And also something that you can't see on this 2D plan is that the units that go north on that single drive are climbing a hill. And that's why there's preservation areas on either side for the slopes and the trees that are on those slopes. So that's another challenge to providing other connectivity options. They've shaped the drive to try to be sensitive to those slopes. So the bottom part of the site is flat, and then it kind of climbs the hill to the attached units on the top side of the plan. So there's a few challenges to getting additional access points. Also to the southwest on Charlotte Pike, there's Wheatfield Way, which has an HOA common space intercepting that public right-of-way in this property. So they didn't have an opportunity to utilize that street for access either, although it's very close to this site. They don't touch.
You're saying they can?
They wouldn't be able to access that public street without the HOA giving them rights to their property.
No more comments for now.
Any other discussion? Vice Chair?
Yeah, I guess going to the study and what one of the neighbors said, that NDOT suggested that all of these improvements should be done prior to construction. Is that how this is sequenced, or
Staff did not find that language in the mobility study for the recommendations for Sawyer Brown Road. It identified the improvements as recommendations, and there's not specific language that development should be withheld until it's improved.
Okay. And how do they enforce? I mean, I understand from a design perspective how you would angle it, but does that really enforce people from turning left?
So the T-bone feature that was described is an engineering term, but it's basically a raised curb that's kind of a Y shape with the top of the Y filled in and raised as well, so that you wouldn't be able to make a left turn unless you drove over this curb feature or made an illegal traffic movement.
Okay. And how would, I mean, given this is a primary access road for quite a few households, how does that get managed during the construction phase? I assume you would leave the old road and build the new, and then, I mean, we can't ask 39 households to be without access.
So Sawyer Brown Road does connect to another public street to the north that would provide connectivity options to Charlotte Pike or otherwise. I don't have all the details of how the road construction would be phased, and I would need to talk with NDOT about what that would look like, and if there would be a period where you wouldn't be able to access Charlotte Pike from Sawyer Brown Road, or what that phasing would look like.
NDOT has a specific program for once you get out of this part of the work, that phasing and permit approvals for how that construction has to happen. So they would have to follow that process, and NDOT would manage access and construction and the like.
Okay. I assume we determined that this was neighborhood evolving with Nashville next.
Give us a moment to see if the community plans folks can check on how old the policy is. If y'all could.
I mean, given the quality of the roads, I'm a little surprised that we were at neighborhood evolving.
Could we have staff check City Works just to confirm when the policy was put in place? Maybe, sorry, and if we could, no, it's okay if we could go to the next, or a different question.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's.
Yeah, while we're looking at Vice Chair.
Yeah, I mean, I you know, it's pretty clear that Sawyer Brown is really not intended. I mean, it's already, it seems like it's over capacity for the road. And I do struggle with the idea. I mean, I understand that it's improved with the new intersection. That certainly will make a difference. But I could still see issues, you know, what happens if these cars are coming out and it backs up down with people trying to make a left turn onto Charlotte Pike? You know, it just seems like a recipe for trouble, because cars backing up, no one's going to be able to get past it.
So here's the situation. I mean, we have to have a public hearing. Everybody had their chance to talk. Remember, we don't cheer, we don't clap. I want to be clear that we'll have to stop the hearing, ask everybody to leave. And we don't want to do that because we want everybody to hear it. And this is not the last stop for this project. So let us deliberate, let us ask the questions. I'm trying to be fair, okay? All right.
So I guess I struggle with the roadway issues. I understand it's neighborhood evolving. This is definitely consistent with neighborhood evolving. I just, you know, there are places where we should go with more density. I know we need more housing. It just makes this feels like an area that's not
not ready for all of this increased density in that area.
Any other discussion? Commissioner Clifton.
Yeah, I've been thinking of two different irreconcilable ways of looking at this. And the first is, I mean, they just don't match it. There's no way they would go together. One is, did they do everything they reasonably could do to make it as less intrusive and less dangerous as possible given the circumstances? If they were going to do it, then something like this had to be done. The second way to look at it is, because of everything that Jessica just said, this may not be ready for prime time. This may not be something that, even though it's valuable property and people would want to buy it and live there and would want to be good neighbors, the shape of the roads, all of that, I don't think this is a simple matter of no one wants more traffic only. I think a marvelous job has been done to get it in as good a situation as it is for purposes of looking at a change, if there was going to be a change. I'm just not sure there has to be a change. And I'm still listening, but I'm concerned about the same things that you were.
Any other discussion? Commissioner Henley.
Yeah, so I share a lot of the concerns my fellow commissioners share. I mean, I think, the site is one that the project seems to be, working to adhere to policy. It's a site that's heavily impacted by the TVA easement, and I know those are also challenging to work around. It's a housing project, and we need those. I think, the thing that I'm not seeing, at least not from this level of detail, and I understand you only, well, some people may not agree with this, but you only place so much of a burden on a development from an economic standpoint, and they are making some significant infrastructure contributions. I do think that regardless of what we all agree to here, the comment about implementing a lot of these changes prior to construction is something we should strongly consider as a condition. But this is yet again, our public realm is failing our community because out of all the neighbors that came and spoke, and I appreciate them for coming, they were expressing issues with today's condition, right? I mean, we're hearing their problems from today's condition and not being good enough. So I'm curious, are there additional things that we can have done? I mean, I would think there would be opportunities for some significant traffic calming as you go beyond this entry point into that neighborhood. Again, just significant deterrence. We seem like we have blind curves. I don't know the full extent of the study. I'll admit I did not read 355 pages of a study associated with this project, but I'm curious to the bounds and the limitations of which it was laid across this project and that community. I think, Commissioner to my left said it best. It may not be ready for prime time. I think there's ways to provide more detail and ways to improve it. I'm not really comfortable with saying I understand it enough and can support it from what it's done for the public realm. But from a policy standpoint, I think it's very appropriate.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other discussion? Commissioner Stone.
I have a couple of questions. One, how many homes could be built on the property is currently zoned?
We'll get that, Brian, for you.
And then what kind of access points would a traditional subdivision have here? Would it be be able to be accessed off of Charlotte as well as Sawyer Brown, or would you have 13 driveways there, or just curious as to under current zoning what a project would look like there?
Ma'am, we're going to get the answer. Hold on. And
So currently it's split zone, so it's in two zoning districts, but combined it would get about 29 units is what it would be entitled to right now. Your question about access, it really depends on the context of a site. Generally, NDOT, we do try to limit curb cuts and new curb cuts from arterial roads, and this is an arterial, so NDOT would have to take a look at it with any sort of subdivision plan that came in. But generally, they look on arterials to see what the distance is between intersections, what the distance is from the next curb cut, because the goal overall is to reduce conflict points along arterial roads. So as Logan explained, that's probably what was happening here and why that access was put to Sawyer Brown, because we do have two roads on either side of the development.
Okay, and what would be the circumstances under which again, traditional neighborhood that looks more like the one in the northwest corner there would be on the improvements to Sawyer Brown Road? I mean, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but could that be a condition that
I wonder if I could clarify, just so I'm making sure I understand, is the question about improving Sawyer Brown on frontage that's not on this property elsewhere?
Well, the question is any development there going to involve an improvement of Sawyer Brown Road, this one or any other one that's approved, probably?
So generally, we're guided by state law around sort of ensuring that we have a nexus between what we ask a developer to produce and the project. And so in this instance, we required, or NDOT required, that Sawyer Brown Road be improved as part of the development along this property frontage. Much as we would love to ask for the whole kit and caboodle, I think we would be restricted from doing that. Having said that, if there were other developments in the future that were situated on Sawyer Brown, you could envision a scenario where those might be improved. I haven't studied the full extent of that to know if that is likely to happen, because the area around the site has already generally been developed, and unfortunately, at the time, we're not required to make the improvements that we would require today. We're getting better at this. I think to the councilwoman's point, if Metro were to require that, it would need to go into a capital planning process, and Metro could at some point in the future do that. I would say, given the scope of demand, it is not likely that that would score very highly on Metro's sort of larger capital investment list. Does that answer your question? Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good questions. Did we answer all of Commissioner Stone's question? I believe we did. Okay. Councilman, did you have a question? I think you raised your hand.
I guess what I'm feeling, a little bit of discomfort maybe from the commission. I think even for myself, who believes that it's very...
Just start over, I couldn't hear you.
I said I'm sensing some apprehension from the commissioners, maybe about the details. I would imagine in particular about what, if anything, can be done between this property frontage and Old Charlotte. And so I'm wondering if the commission or the applicant would maybe entertain a deferral and seek maybe to have a little bit more of a summary from NDOT about what is possible to be done for that portion of Old Sawyer Brown that is not a frontage of this property. Because I think most of us are pretty comfortable with that portion of it. And then that's A. And then number two, we had from a similar case on Coley Davis Road where we sought to get additional details about a road construction plan.
That's a good question. We're going to find out if there's a council bill filed yet from but we'll get an answer to that. Good question, Councilman. Any other question? Any other discussion?
I guess just if we're going down that path of considering a deferral, I would be interested just in trying to understand specifically how the expanded road ties into the old part of North Sawyer Brown, because I do see the concern that it narrows and that would create potentially a bottleneck.
Do we have an answer, Director?
So it's my understanding that the councilwoman has not filed a bill. And so the council process has not started, although we are nearing the end of the term. So I know that there is interest in ensuring that we're productive, but it sounds to me like a deferral with a presentation to NDOT, a presentation from planning staff about the history of the evolving here would be helpful. And forgive me, I was over there chatting when additional discussion happens. If there was a third item, I can read that into the record.
It was a little bit more about a road construction plan.
Road construction
and how
plan
it would
as well.
tie in with
Okay.
existing road.
Sure, no problem. So Chairman?
Yeah, we could, I think since a one meeting deferral probably, could we get that finished? A one meeting deferral. Is that any other discussion? Oh, Council Lady?
I just want to be clear about what was just said, because I'm not sure if I understood correctly.
Yeah, we'll repeat it. Director, will you repeat the three things we're going to look
Sure,
at?
Councilman. So I think the sense of the commission is that they're going to defer this item for one meeting, one planning commission meeting. And so that would be to the first meeting in May. We'll send you the date. And we're seeking three pieces of information, two from NDOT. The first from NDOT is to have a representative come and give an overview of the mobility study and be present here and give that presentation. And then the second is to have NDOT explain to the commission how they handle phasing and construction and how that piece of their process works. And then we'll have planning staff give a short overview of the history of this policy, which was asked, and why the policy is neighborhood evolving.
And that all happens here.
That will all happen here. And so at the beginning of the meeting, we'll have the NDOT and planning staff give a revised presentation with that information, and then the commission would deliberate again. But I would recommend to the commission to close the public hearing because you haven't asked for specific site revisions. You're asking for more information about this plan. So my advice would be to defer and close the public hearing.
Councilman, I understand. I'm sorry.
Oh, Commissioner Clifton, and then we'll go back to Council. Commissioner Clifton, sorry.
I understand as a general rule why we don't want to leave it open because we have limited time to do this and all of this, and we've gone through a lot of the discussion. But I'm not sure I'm going to be too interested in voting on it unless we've had a way to hear from people about how does that strike you?
Well, let me clarify. It's not necessarily about time.
Yeah.
We reopened the public hearing when the commission asked for changes to the site plan.
Mm-hmm.
And so you're getting more and different community feedback about a different plan. And so under that scenario, you absolutely have to hear public feedback. In this scenario, you're asking for technical clarifications about the same plan. So we haven't gotten any feedback. So the commission may be entertaining new information about the same plan. So that's really the reason. It's not necessarily about time. It's about ensuring that the public hearing is productive. And so that's the reason for my recommendation.
And of course, we can still receive input.
If the commission sorry, Chairman, I'm getting talkative. If the commission were to close the public hearing and then you chose to reopen it at the next meeting, you could certainly do that. But my recommendation, so the public knows what we're doing and can anticipate, we tend to try to stick with that recommendation so you have clarity in what the opportunity is going to be.
Sorry. I really don't know the answer to this. I understand what you just said, but also there's nothing to prohibit people from writing us, is there?
Absolutely not. Absolutely. We can absolutely receive feedback.
However they want to give it.
However they want to give it. It will still be about this plan, so it may be consistent with what you've already heard, but you can absolutely entertain that.
And Commissioner, traditionally, if a plan changes, we will open the public hearing back up.
Right.
Yeah. And we've always done that. Any other councilman?
Thank you, Chair. Just because I know we're all reaching the end of our session, some of us are counting down meetings. But wanted to just make sure that Councilmember Hauser and the applicants and everyone is aware of the process. So is this, if we have a one meeting deferral, which would take us into early May, what would be the public hearing schedule at council for that bill?
Can you give staff just a moment?
And I guess if just to ensure that if there's any danger of it being not in time for the August public hearing at council for August 1st,
I think it's fine, but
Councilmember might need to go ahead and request it, but
the applicant vibe is not hair on fire, so, but
we can work it out.
Give us one moment, yeah.
This planning commission and the next planning commission both track for the July 6th council public hearing. So the council process wouldn't change with the deferral.
All right, we're still on discussion. Any more discussion? Is there a motion? Councilman, do you want to make the motion?
I'll move for a one-meeting deferral with the items that we referenced, which are seeking clarification on the community plan history, on a summary from NDOT on infrastructure improvements, particularly between this frontage and Old Charlotte Pike, I think, and also about road construction and phasing plans.
And to close the public hearing.
And to close the public hearing.
That's a proper motion. Is there a second? Second. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of deferral, say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Items deferred one meeting. All right, so we are on to item 30. Logan, are you doing item 30?
Yes, I am, Chair. Again, I'm Logan Elliott with the Planning Department. I'm presenting item 30 on tonight's agenda. Amelia Lewis reviewed this plan, and I'm presenting on her behalf. The request is to rezone property from R10 to SP zoning to permit a mixed-use development, and staff's recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. The approximately 14.5-acre site is located on the west side of Whites Creek Pike, north of Riley Parkway. The adjacent property to the north is zoned SP to permit a mixed-use development, including single-family, multifamily, and non-residential land uses. Property to the east and across Whites Creek Pike are zoned R10 and commercial limited, with a gas station recently been constructed on the CL zoned property. The southern property line of the site is adjacent to Briley, and surrounding land uses are otherwise 1 and 2 family residential, with some vacant property and some commercial properties on Whites Creek. The application proposes a regulatory SP. It permits the land uses of mixed use limited, with the exception that all residential land uses are prohibited in this development. So land uses are limited to non-residential. The intent behind the regulatory SP is to include a range of uses generally consistent with the MU, or a range of non-residential uses, and to limit the size and scale of the development to the MUN zoning district, which is in keeping with the T2 neighborhood center policy guidance. Additionally, the applicant reached out to staff earlier today after reading through public comment and has included an additional regulation requirement into their SP document. And this states that a minimum of 15% of the parcel will be preserved as wooded area, or preserved in its existing state with the tree canopy that exists there today. Again, the policy for the site is rural neighborhood center, which intends to maintain, enhance, and create rural centers that provide services and a mixture of uses for the surrounding area. And staff finds the proposed regulatory SP to permit land uses and a built form that's consistent with the rural neighborhood center policy, and recommends approval with conditions and disapproval without all conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll open this item for public hearing. Is the applicant in the room? Come on up, state your name and address. You have 10 minutes. We'll set the clock for you, 10 minutes. I'll set the clock. And then you can save 2 of the 10 minutes for rebuttal.
Yeah, we'd like to save 2 of the 10
Hold on
minutes.
just a moment, 10 minutes.
I can talk fast, but not that fast.
No.
Okay, thank you. I'm Henry Minge. I'm with the Fifth Generation Property Company, 1033 Demumbrian, Suite 300, along with my partner, Chris C. We're seeking the regulatory SP and appreciate your time. Would also like to thank Amelia Lewis, Logan, who has joined in, Lisa Milligan, and of course, Council Lady Jennifer Gamble for their help in this process. The location of the parcel along Briley Parkway and Whites Creek Pike lends itself naturally to commercial development. Our plan is to establish an appropriate zoning district with protections for the community while allowing us to recruit businesses to the area that serve much needed, that fill a much needed gap in services in the area. The seller of the property is a longtime resident of the community, Phil Baltz. Mr. Baltz is a retired Metro employee. The property used to be part of their family farm, but Briley Parkway split it when it was constructed. Property has over 1,700 feet of frontage along Briley versus about 400 feet of frontage along Whites Creek Pike. And our frontage along Whites Creek Pike, as Logan said, directly aligns across the street with a twice daily convenience store. We're not adjacent to any residential properties. We've been active in this area for quite some time. Through numerous conversations with local residents regarding this property and other proposed projects in the area, we consistently hear about the lack of services in the area, specifically grocery, pharmacy, medical use, restaurants, things of that nature. And so the SP we have before the commission today allows us the freedom to pursue those types of uses and allow the market to bring the appropriate activation to the site. Regarding the usage of the site and development, we'll fully comply with all Metro codes and additional improvements in the form of horse fencing, planting, and other characteristics complementary with surrounding projects and with the surrounding area. As Logan mentioned, through conversations over the past few days with Councilmember Gamble and with community feedback, we will agree to hold back a minimum of 15% of the existing tree canopy area in a tree preservation zone. Have had a number of conversations with the community, with Councilmember Gamble, and we have made changes over the course of the application, having been in the public queue. Materials are mandated on the exterior, stone, masonry, etc. We're also significantly limiting the amount of square footage that could be developed on the site were it zoned as an MUN. MUN would be 378,000 square feet of zoning with a 0.6 FAR. We're limiting that back under certain strict circumstances to 175,000 square feet, or even less than that, 125,000. Height is limited to 3 stories within 45 feet. And we have also removed significant, several uses to the property that were either that were seen as negative to the community or not consistent with the character. So, for example, convenience store, bar, nightclub, auto parking, warehousing, all residential has been removed. Importantly, there were issues there were facets of MUN zoning that would not have allowed us to bring the types of services to the area. Specifically, grocery is not allowed in MUN. Retail over 5,000 square feet per establishment. So that would have limited certain issues or certain opportunities for the site. Thank you.
Doug Sloan, 6354 Torrington Road. This is the T2 neighborhood center area that we've talked about here recently with another SP that's just north of this. One of the other things that the design and is required to do according to the SP is to connect this development with the development to the north, both with sidewalks and with roads, so that the folks that are going to live there in the multifamily and the individual single-family units there will be able to get into this commercial area without having to go out on Whites Creek Pike. As Henry just pointed out, they are doing tree preservation. Most of this will be up towards the front. This T2 neighborhood center, for those of you, you can see it here, but may remember this is the exit ramp, or the entrance ramp rather, onto Briley Parkway. And so T2 NC is normally thought of as where you have two arterials or maybe two collectors that cross out in a rural area. As you read Nashville Next and the community plans, you see that that's what that's envisioning. And that's just simply not the intersection that we have at this location. As a matter of fact, on the other side of Briley Parkway, it's T3 Community Center, which allows for 3 stories, and then you can get more at major intersections, which I would say that Whites Creek and Briley Parkway probably qualifies as a major intersection. So this is the last portion of the T2 as it reaches Briley Parkway. I know that, as I said, the T2 NC doesn't necessarily contemplate these intersections, but this does abut. The majority of it abuts Briley Parkway, and I think that we've had one discussion also with the planning department about trying to make sure that the landscaping and other aspects of this are matching with the development to the north. But I don't think we have anything else to say as far as the policy goes. The SP is designed to be in the massing of MUN, which is permitted under T2 neighborhood center. It's just, as Henry pointed out, the desire to introduce some of the uses that aren't permitted, but permitted with conditions in a manner that might make it unable to bring a grocery store or the type of drugstore that the neighborhood's looking for. So thank you.
Thank you. And we'll make sure you have 2 minutes for your rebuttal. Anyone wishing to speak in support of the project? Seeing none, anyone wishing to speak in opposition?
Megan.
Come on up. Welcome. Again.
Yeah, my name's Angela Williams. I live at 7203 Old Hickory Boulevard. An SP is a zoning district which provides additional flexibility to create developments that meet goals and objectives of Nashville Next and are sensitive to the surrounding context. Nashville Next recommends strongly coordinating regulations and resources to achieve this vision. Protect Davidson County's remaining natural and rural areas, restore degraded natural features to health, ensure that everyone in the county has access to green places. 16% of Whites Creek got together and decided that we need to be rural. And that's why this is T2. That was a big argument, Doug Sloan. and 16% of those people, 98% of those 16% said we want to be rural, only 2%. So this illusion of we need more services is a little off. In the last 2 months, 140 acres have been made T2 NC, and we don't even have a good definition of it, and it needs to be reviewed. So I think this needs to be postponed until our next council person who comes into this area we can look forward and we can build as a community. I think one Zoom call checks a box for community involvement, but it's not community engagement. And I would ask that you look at this closely, because this is a blank check that nobody knows what's coming in there. And we need community engagement to follow the vision of Nashville Next. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Welcome.
Thank you. I've got handouts I wanted to give out.
Yeah, you can hand those to Logan, and we'll hand them to the commissioners.
I also requested 5 minutes on behalf of the Nashville Tree Conservation Corps. Still requesting that.
Did you write an email?
I did. It was sent to the planning staff.
All right, 5 minutes. Let's change his time. 5.
I don't believe staff has received that.
We haven't received it. Did you send an email?
I received a response, yes, from the planning staff.
We'll just give it to you, and then we'll figure out our internal communicate later.
Okay.
Thank you. My name is William Worrell. I'm with the Nashville Tree Conservation Corps. I am located at 4115 Drive Fork Road in Whites Creek. I am also a professional engineer licensed in the state of Tennessee. I'm here before you today. I wanted to just reiterate that I think this is a good location for additional density and services. It's located next to Briley Parkway. I don't think there's much opposition from most people that this is a good site for some development. But the reason that I'm here is because I wanted to request that a deferral of the current draft of the SP until additional criteria can be added into the SP to ensure compliance with the stated goals of the T2 Rural Neighborhood Center policy. If you'll look at, I printed off a copy of the T2 Neighborhood Center guidelines from Nashville Next for you to look at. There's a number of criteria, photos of what a neighborhood center should look like. There's criteria on massing, setbacks, landscaping, parking, lighting, dark sky lighting, signage, and pedestrian and transportation amenities. These are all items that should be located in a T2 rural neighborhood center. If you look on page number 4 of the slideshow that I handed to you, that's a picture of the adjacent development that was recently approved by the Planning Commission. It went through a number of neighborhood meetings, a number of iterations to redesign the project and adjust it. There was a large tree save area that was added, native plantings, a nice streetscape along Whites Creek Pike, pollinator meadows, dark sky lighting, community parks, pocket parks, public access trailheads. All these items were added into the SP to help ensure that it complies and meets the goal of Nashville Next. Without an SP that requires those items, those are just goals that are not enforceable. So that's why I'm requesting this plan be updated to include some of those requirements to ensure that they happen. I do appreciate the developer's willingness to add in tree save areas and have a streetscape along Whites Creek Pike. If conditions are not added into a requirement, we can't be ensured that those happen. So the streetscape, if it's not included as a requirement, how do we know it will actually happen? If you look on page 5 of your notes, you'll see the one-page SP. There was one community meeting for this SP. There were items committed, but were not actually put into the SP to be required. So when this is property sold, we can't ensure that these items are included. I also have taken some pictures of different buildings that have been constructed in Nashville under MUN and MUL zoning. You'll see pictures of buildings that are very bulky, look very urban, very monotonous. Without a requirement in this SP of having design requirements, we can't ensure that what's built will actually look and feel rural. So all that I'm requesting on this is that there be photos, kind of like the next door SP, that to ensure that the buildings actually look rural and are not looking like an urban zone type building. You also see, so the following pages I kind of have summarized some different requests that I sent to the developer. Unfortunately, this went through so quickly, there wasn't time for me to send these requests. The public meeting was just a couple weeks ago. Some simple items requesting like the streetscape along Whites Creek Pike to look rural, having those added as requirements. The boundary walls, parks and recreation requests. The proposal doesn't include any requirements for sidewalks or pedestrian-friendly amenities, so we can't really be ensured that those will actually be built. In addition, the lighting and the signage, again, if it's not required in an SP, how can we ensure that it happens? So finally, there's pictures here on the last pages showing different buildings in the other SP that look very rural. So the request is just, why not have that be a requirement at this site? So in summary, I appreciate the developer's willingness to work with the community and to work with the Nashville Tree Conservation Corps. I'm requesting deferral or addition of certain conditions to help ensure that this current SP can ensure compliance with the stated goals of the T2 Rural Neighborhood Center policy. Thank you for hearing all that I have to say. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing none, 2-minute rebuttal.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Appreciate the commentary. So in this area, as people have mentioned, we have a number of projects that are under development. The SP adjacent to it, Old South, recently put in for an additional 72 plats to be finalized in their project. So there is a lot of demand being created in this area. People are moving to Whites Creek. They're moving throughout Nashville. This helps to balance the county. Speaking specifically with T2NC, it's important to remember that the fallback zoning within T2NC for commercial is MUN. We intend to comply with the MUN design guidelines and designations. We are simply looking to MUL for the additional uses that we have heard time and again from the community, that there are plenty of those who are looking for those services in the area. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilor?
Thank you. And I appreciate the commentary as well from Mr. Will Worrell. Those were great points being made. And I would like to say we did only have one meeting about this particular property because it abuts the property that we had several meetings about that you recently approved a month or so ago. This, as we have said, would bring much needed and wanted commercial amenities to the area. In that one meeting, there was not any opposition expressed or questions even about this project during that meeting, and therefore didn't see the need for another meeting since it does complement the adjoining property to the north. I would be happy to add, if this project is passed today, I'd be happy to add before the council final reading those recommendations that we just heard of about the dark sky lighting. I mean, the property to the north has all of those same requirements, the streetscape, the knee walls and ranch style fencing. This project would complement that project. So the idea is for it to be similar with the rural type buildings, but to the point that has been made, I think it would be prudent to have that added in the conditions, and that can be done before approval in the council. But for those reasons, I support the project and ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Seeing no one else wishing to speak, I declare the public hearing closed. And Vice Chair, do you want to lead us off again?
I guess one question. So, why wouldn't we have continued kind of with the same? I mean, with what we had approved directly to the north, like carrying. I mean, I understand the need for some additional flexibility for different uses, but I guess.
I think Logan can answer that.
Staff found that this parcel has a different context than that parcel to the north. The parcel to the north is much larger, and it also has frontage onto West Green Lane, which is a local road with rural policy to the north and existing single-family homes fronting onto it. This parcel has a different context, being directly adjacent to Briley, with that now mixed-use development approved adjacent to it, and with the commercial zoning across Whites Creek Pike here. So when staff looks at a site and tries to determine if a SP is necessary or appropriate there, we look at what are the conditions or what are the details that we think are necessary to understand for it to be proven to be consistent with policy. And when we looked at this site, we thought that the MUN bulk standards, essentially, with the mixed-use limited uses, with some tailoring to that about the total number of square feet that could be provided, as opposed to like an MUN zoning district, that they've tailored the zoning district enough here to meet the intent of the policy.
Okay. I mean, I given this is all currently going to be developed by one group, I have confidence that there will be some, I mean, everyone will have an interest in trying to make the sites compatible. If this was sold off again to someone else, maybe that would not necessarily, it would be nice to have a little bit more in here that would give us some some confidence that there's going to be continuity between the two parcels. I do trust that the council lady has said that she will look at some of these recommendations prior to it going forward to council. So it's definitely a hard site. I mean, when you look at it looking north, it looks like it should be rural. When you look at it from the macro perspective and you see a quarry and you see all of the heavy industrial, I see why there is an argument to make this more of a transitional area. But it's tough, and I always find Whites Creek hard because I do want to retain what makes it a desirable place and want to honor the tremendous work that the residents out there have done to retain the character of that area. I will listen.
I think
to everybody else.
Commissioner, I mean, one thing, if you wanted to suggest, consideration of a gateway element or something right at the corner that helped introduce this area without necessarily binding it to the forms that we used for the other site that had local frontage. I think that's something that you could suggest that we could review at final site plan, for example, if that's that is of interest. Okay. And you can certainly, I think, in your capacity here, if you see sort of elements that were in the other proposal that you think we should consider, you can certainly put that on the record.
Okay.
All right, any other discussion? Councilman.
I think this is a really good discussion. We're having so much thought about rural neighborhood center lately, and we had another case, I think, at our last meeting with a policy change, and I asked almost identical questions about we have these sort of design guidance that appears in the community character manual, but that doesn't exist necessarily in the MUN or MUNA based zoning that is recommended by policy by the community character manual. So if this applicant were to have come in with a straight rezone to MUNA, it would meet policy and there wouldn't be any conditions, and it would likely, we would have no basis not to approve that. So I do think that this is thoughtful in trying to select uses from MUL that the community does want and exclude the ones that they don't, although I'm always a fan of residential. So I hate to be on the record as excluding residential anywhere, but I understand. But I do think that, I think in particular, there is a reference in the SP to connectivity to the site to the north. So that gave me a little bit more comfort. I do appreciate Mr. Worrell bringing that comparison to see how that worked out, because we had so much discussion about the parcel to the north because we were adding multifamily in the interior of the site. And I'm sure we all remember that debate about should it be suburban neighborhood, should it all be rural center? There was a lot more debate about that parcel. This one, if it were a straight rezone to MUN or MUNA, would be kind of a no-brainer from a policy standpoint. So I do agree with Commissioner Vice Chair Farr that to me, the biggest item of concern to me would be ensuring continuity along that Whites Creek Pike frontage for some of the stuff that's a little bit more interior. I mean, it'd be nice to have, but it's not as, maybe not as critical because it primarily is going to face Briley Parkway. And then, for the idea of buildings that quote unquote look rural, I mean, that's something that I understand. From the Historic Zoning Commission standpoint, we talk a lot about not wanting to have like a Disneyfied experience of what a historic neighborhood should look like. And we haven't really, I think, gotten to a point with the community character manual here about how does a building look rural without sort of becoming a stereotype or a fictionalized version of, a fake country store or something like that. I mean, it could be cool, but it could also be really, really bad. And certainly when you have a grocer or some of those types of businesses, they have pretty strict design guidance of their own, I mean, frankly, but you would want to get the use there. So I agree with Commissioner or Vice Chair Farr that to me, the most important piece of the design things that we might want to recommend, even if they're done at final site plan, really to me pertain to the area along the Whites Creek Pike frontage, and in particular trying to have as much, I know that there is a bus stop there, across the street, or there's one planned. So we'd want to make sure that connectivity is as good as it can be. I don't know we're going to have huge numbers of people doing that, but we want to try to support the WeGo bus routes whenever we can. So those are things that are biggest priority to me out of that. But I think it was good feedback overall.
Any other discussion? Commissioner Clifton.
Well, I would like to echo what other people have said. Mr. Worrell, I think, brought forth some very good points that probably would have happened anyway. But clearly, the council member was receptive, and I believe that's going to happen. Whether it would be a killer for us if it didn't, I don't know. But she feels confident about that. Other than that, the only thing is, I'm sure the council member didn't really mean to put down Disney World or anything, because I'm very fond of them, particularly politically right now. But that's beyond the point.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Commissioner Henley.
Yeah, I'd like to say, again, I appreciate the material here. I personally had similar thoughts, understanding it was related to the adjacent property. I discerned a lot knowing that. I think we should all be mindful that it's not always easy for the communities to do that. I've had several experiences with the community where a single page document, black and white text, just does not go over well. And so we should just be mindful of that in our advisement as well, as just encourage a little bit more when we're engaging the community. And I think the council member addressed, both council members, but I think Councilmember Withers, I couldn't have said anything better than what he said about the context. I think with Councilmember Gamble continuing to steward this, I don't have much concern. I do think it would be even making note that consideration strongly for a lot of the context and language and conditions that are in the adjoining one is mirrored here. And that would give me personally as a commissioner a lot of comfort, because I do think, since we are leveraging and our staff leveraged the engagement that took place with those meetings, that language and those things that gave the community some sense of comfort should be integrated here. Of course, we're reasonable and mindful, but I do think it should be carried forward.
So, any other discussion? It's time to do a motion, and we can make a condition that it is similar to and it mirrors the adjacent.
Yeah, I was going to ask for a
We'll make that
recommendation for what that condition maybe should be, and then.
We'll let our directors say it eloquently.
Yes.
Well, it could be approved with a condition for general alignment and continuity with the character of the adjacent property to be reviewed at final site plan or something along.
That would be part of the motion of Commissioner Henley once he makes the motion. Commissioner Henley?
Yeah, let's try to not fumble through this one too much. So yes, I'd like to make a recommendation to approve staff's recommendation, and I would like to make a motion to approve staff's recommendation with the additional condition to include and reference the approved conditions with the adjoining parcel.
That the director
highlighted.
That's a proper motion. Is there a second? Second. Any other discussion? Seeing none. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Item 30 is approved with another condition. All right, so that brings us to
32.
Item 32. All right, Eric's going to do item 32.
Okay, good evening, Commissioners. I'm Eric Travers, presenting item 32 on the agenda. This is a request to rezone from 1 and 2 family residential district R10 to specific plan zoning for 2.4 acres of property located at 2724 Tucker Road to permit 6 two-family units for a total of 12 units. It has a staff recommendation to disapprove. The preliminary SP application is for 2.4 acre site. Property is currently zoned R10, and a single family house is currently located on the property. All adjacent properties are zoned R10. Adjacent land uses include single-family residential to the north and east, single-family and limited two-family residential to the south, and a civic use to the west. The policy is suburban neighborhood maintenance, which is intended to maintain the general character of the existing suburban residential neighborhoods. And the preliminary SP application, again, is for 6 two-family residential units on 6 lots for a total of 12 units. 2 lots front onto Tucker Road. The plan calls for an extension of St. Joseph Drive to provide access to 4 new interior lots. The extension provides the full pavement width for 50 feet of right-of-way with sidewalks on a cul-de-sac. All lots have curb cuts for vehicular access on the street with parking pads in front of houses. These are character images that are provided by the applicant. The SB limits building materials to brick, veneer, stone, cast stone, and other similar materials. Windows will be vertically oriented, and images indicate 2-story structures, although the site plan specifies 3 stories and 35 feet. If subdivision regulations apply to the site, the 3 proposed lots on Tucker Road would not meet the compatibility requirements for neighborhood maintenance policy area. The 2 proposed lots on Tucker Road do meet the street frontage and lot size requirements, and setbacks are appropriately contextual for Tucker Road. The 4 interior lots proposed along the new St. Joseph Drive extension meet the minimum lot size requirements for R10 zoning. But the proposed SP is of a greater density than is appropriate for the neighborhood context. The 2 proposed lots on Tucker Road are adjacent to 4 duplex lots to the south and would be consistent with that established pattern of density. However, the 4 interior lots along the new St. Joseph Drive extension create a greater level of density than the established neighborhood pattern. The zoning code states for zones such as R10, which again surrounds the site in all directions, quote, the total number of lots permitting 2-family dwellings within the subdivision shall be limited to not more than 25% of the total number of lots within the subdivision. 100% of the proposed lots in this SP would be 2-family dwellings. Additionally, the height standard on the plan is inconsistent with the provided conceptual images and would allow for taller houses than are typical in this area. For these reasons, staff recommends Planning Commission disapprove the request.
Thank you, Eric. And so we will open this item for public hearing. Is the applicant here? Come on up. State your name and address. You have 10 minutes, and you can save 2 of the 10 for about. Welcome.
Thank you, and we will reserve 2 minutes, so thank you for your time. My name is Dave Martin. I am a developer here, co-developer with James Crockett. First, we're both members of the Urban League of Middle Tennessee's RAD Academy, Real Estate Developer Academy, which is sponsored by Amazon with an initiative to try to create more affordable and attainable housing. I'm also a Tennessee State University graduate and a Vanderbilt University graduate. So, Chairman, I hope you don't hold that against me just as you extended that same grace to Mr. Stone.
Very troubling.
I appreciate it.
Just joking.
So we do understand why this project was currently disapproved. We do know that the development as it is per the T3 NM policy does exceed the current stated density. But this is an opportunity to create some much-needed homes for home ownership in this area. As Councilwoman Toombs spoke to you guys earlier about her support and the community support, this project is also about 175 feet away from the T3 neighborhood evolving transect, which would allow for significantly more density for that project. It is right by St. Pius School, which is also in that transect. We also are very close to Hartman Park and Hartman Community Center, which have just made significant upgrades to both the facility and the park to support the growth and also for families in the area. This cul-de-sac, as we put it in, is very much ideal for families and growth. I mean, the reason that doesn't fit there is because St. Joseph did not extend into this area now. St. Mary's, as it came around, was a dead end for St. Joseph, so we're looking to extend that for these areas. As noted by planning, the lots themselves do conform to the policy. Tucker Road does. The interior lots there would be homes that, from the character images, are shown to look more like large single-family homes. So they still fit as far as the character within a single-family type of development. We have talked with both the school as well as neighbors, and have gotten significant support from the neighbors. And we've recently had some other developments and some things where the neighbors are actually, some of them are a little bit excited about the opportunity to have some more development coming into this area, as it helps with, other areas and other opportunities in here for both property value to increase, as well as some of those amenities to be used, both for the park and other areas too, including sidewalks and some other things that'll, allow this to be more pedestrian friendly to get to Hartman Park and Hartman Community Center. We do believe this project will be, a great project. I'm a little bit sad that you guys have to listen to this small project, about a 2.4 acre parcel, after some of these larger ones here. But as these individual units, these 12 individual units across the 2.4 acres, each of these 12 units ends up being essentially on a lot of 0.2 acres. This is very much consistent as well with, some of our single family zoning and some of those opportunities. So we do thank you all for your time. We thank you for the consideration here, and definitely hope that, you see the value in this project to be able to approve this and move it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. And we'll save your 2 minutes for rebuttal. Anyone wishing to speak in support of the project? Seeing none. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing none. We're really on rebuttal, but we don't really need a rebuttal when there's no opposition. Anything else, sir, that you would like to state?
No, I can talk for 2 minutes if you want me to.
Nope, that's okay. Council members already spoke, so seeing no one else wishing to speak, I declare the public hearing closed. Commissioner Henley, you want to start us off?
Thank you, Chair. I believe why this came this direction. I mean, these are the projects that I advocate heavily for. I think the council members' support for it states a lot. I think the lack of opposition also states a lot. And I do think, again, the consideration to be very connective with the community, taking two completely different access points to really unlock the parcel, is something that I think we need to do more of, and being very mindful of what the dynamics of the community are in the presentation. I like this project. Again, I think the council member support for it and the stewardship there is really good. I understand why staff needs to disapprove it. There's some underlying things there, but for me, I think, it seems to adhere to what we would want to see in terms of infill development, especially in this community.
Thank you. And so we'll open it up for discussion. Any other discussion? Commissioner Tibbs?
I agree with Commissioner Henley. This whole UTV Vanderbilt thing messed me up, I think. Is there any, because it seems like with the councilman and the neighborhood's approval of it, is this just like I'm trying to see, is there can we pull out on it to show where this maybe is something we need to come back and do as far as a policy, of this area? Are we look at it as well? And, this is what I wanted to see right here. Could you, so what is it that it's just this little one spot in this green area? Is that what kind of comes back to it? Almost like a spot zoning kind of thing? Is that why it was?
Well, no. So
I knew it wasn't spot zoning. I shouldn't say that, but
Well, this is in a neighborhood maintenance area by the pale yellow color, and it is larger than a lot of the parcels around it. And so when we saw this, we looked at what could it be achieved under their subdivision regulations, and they could get a pretty similar layout if they came in to subdivide, likely 6 lots. The difference is that under a subdivision, you are limited to the number of those lots you could identify as 2-family. So with 6 lots, you would only be allowed 1 2-family lot if you went through with the traditional subdivision. So we looked at kind of the density differences there. 7 units versus what could be 12 units here. And so we thought, it's a pretty established single-family area, and that was our hesitation with increasing something beyond what could be achieved with the subdivision. There could be part of it is the 4 units that are located along Tucker. You're increasing the number of access points. They each have 2 access points. So, we could look at ways to maybe support. You could look at ways to support, maybe if they address things like access and address our other concerns about height. But those were kind of just holistically, when we looked at it, it was the number of units, the access, the height, we felt was a little bit too dissimilar to what was happening around it.
Okay. Yeah, to me, and maybe that's it with the lot size. Maybe that gives it a little bit more leeway to be different from the others. It's, that type of house, you do drive past and you think it's actually, a single family home, but I'm more generally supportive of it. I think because this lot makes it a little different, that I'd feel a little bit more comfortable doing something different here. So anyway, I'll wait for anything out of this, but I'm supportive of it.
Any other discussion? Councilman?
Thank you, Chair. I know we have the concept images that were attached. I think one of the things that gives me a little bit more comfort about this proposal is the images. I'm just wanting to sort of make sure that we get closer to that. And kind of what I mean by that is the units are attached and they share at least a driveway. Now it's a wide driveway. But a lot of times what we get in neighborhoods when you have a lot of duplex construction, it's detached. You have narrower homes we do have the duplex bill that limits height somewhat there, but you get sort of rows and rows and rows of all these driveways. And so that's one of the things that gives me a little bit more comfort about this is that they are attached units with a shared driveway. Albeit a wide one, but it helps to limit those conflict points on the street. And so if in a regulatory SP, would we need to spell out those details in it, or would we need to say that the buildings need to be similar to the images?
Well, this is fortunately a site plan based SP, so we can, you can add conditions to it if you feel you'd like to add conditions that speak to the architectural elevations. And if you want to see something, you can certainly add a condition there.
Well, generally, yes, you can. I'll ask a question, or the councilman can ask a question of if you're okay with that, or maybe, or something like that, because usually we don't let the public speak after you're the applicant.
The chair and the commission. So would you be okay with a condition that the units be attached and have a single driveway, a shared driveway?
Yes, and I was going to say,
if you could just come to the microphone and that way.
So thank you for that. And Councilman, yes, we will be fine with that. We've also said in writing to both Councilwoman Toombs and the neighbors, both that there'll be attached units, shared driveways, as well as limiting them to 2 stories. 2 stories. And they will not exceed the 2-story,
That's good information. Okay. Councilman.
Thank you.
And I would suggest including that in the condition if you wanted to ensure that carried through.
Okay.
Any other discussion? Commissioner Clifton.
Well, the last part of the discussion sort of convinced me, but before that, I was going to say, we do a different thing than the council. Some of my best friends have been council members, but we do a different thing. So I was going to say something about I might vote for this on the council, but not here. But I think that's a moot point now in light of what we just discussed. So I would support whatever motion seems to be coming.
All right. I think the council, we're ready. We're ripe for a councilman to do a motion with a condition, potentially.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move approval with a condition that the 2-family units be attached, have shared driveway access points, and are limited to no more than 35 feet in height.
And may I also, Chairman, with your permission, just put on the record that the commission determined that this was consistent with the policy due to the variety and the length of the property as being distinct from other properties, and the access points connecting to the surrounding network, so that we can ensure that we have a basis for the decision. Thank you. Sorry for.
So part of that condition would be that the lot is unusually long. It does include an extension of a public street.
And it meets the policy.
Yeah, and those conditions meet policy.
Thank you, Director. Always keeping us straight. That's good. That's a proper motion and a second. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. It's approved with the conditions. So we are now on to
32. Did we just do 30?
All right, so let's try this again. On item 34, it was tentatively on the consent agenda. Is there anyone in the room that opposes item 34? Okay. We are ready. Donald's going to take us through it. Okay, presentation.
All right.
Here we go.
Good evening. I'm Donald Anthony with the Planning Department. This is item 34 on the agenda. The request is to rezone a 2.54 acre property located at the southeast corner of Knight Drive and Ewing Drive from RS 7.5 to RM 20A. Staff recommends approval of this request. Again, the property is currently zoned RS 7.5. The surrounding zoning is RS 7.5 on the northeast and south and southwest, and AR2A on the northwest. Land use in the area is primarily single-family residential, though there is a rock quarry located west of the subject property. The current RS 7.5 zoning would permit a maximum of 12 single-family residential units on the site, and the proposed RM 20A zoning would permit up to 20 units per acre for a total of 50 units on this site. The policy on the site is Suburban Neighborhood Evolving, or T3NE. The conservation policy does come just to the northern edge of the property. This is associated with the floodplain just north of Ewing Drive. The T3NE policy supports moderate density, variety of housing types, and moderate to high levels of connectivity. The proposed RM20A zoning is consistent with the T3NE policy by providing a transition between the district impact policy area on the west and the existing single-family neighborhoods on the east, by permitting a moderate residential density of 20 units per acre, permitting multifamily residential units, which would contribute to housing choice in the area, and being located at the intersection of two collectors and having quick access to major roads such as Briley Parkway and Whites Creek Pike. I do want to quickly bring up something that has, I think, come up in several emails that you've probably received from residents and may come up tonight as well. We are aware that there are some grave sites on this property, somewhere between 10 and 20 grave sites on this property. It's important to keep in mind that this is a rezoning request and not a development request. The applicant would be required to obtain grading and building permits prior to commencing any type of development on the site. We have worked with the Historical Commission staff to flag the property in Metro's internal review systems. So planning, the Historical Commission, and codes are all aware that this property requires extra attention and that the Historical Commission would need to be consulted prior to any permits being issued. Additionally, if at some point in the future this applicant or any other applicant wishes to relocate the grave sites, they would need to follow state law, which very clearly spells out a process for how that has to work. So with all of that being said, because this rezoning request is consistent with the policy, staff recommends approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Donald. We'll open this item for public hearing. Mr. Applicant, Mr. Scott Davis, welcome.
Good evening. Thank you for your service to our community. Scott Davis, 918 Thomas Avenue, Nashville, Tennessee, 37216. I'm very excited about this project. This project has a long history lesson, which I'm going to be short on that. We all know this is Colonel Ewing's burial site. And unfortunately, Colonel Ewing had slaves. And some of the slaves, actually, majority of them, were also his blood relatives, but we won't go into details. Okay? Now, the developer of this site, owner of Stratus Construction, Thomas Kesey, is also a neighbor in the area. And more importantly, Tom bought the site before getting the development rights. Number one, that shows that he was more concerned with the integrity of the site, because knowing about the issues, Tom engaged not only, excuse my French, not only the Caucasian relatives of Colonel Ewing, but the African-American relatives of Colonel Ewing, who were not recognized initially. We've been working for a while. You see this, we started our engagement with planning and Tennessee State Historical Society and our local historical branch here in early 2022. And what has gone on The state's been at this site since day one, since Mr. Kesey bought it. Now, I want to be clear on this angle that Mr. Kesey was not the owner when past wrongdoings were done. I'm not talking about back in the 1800s and the 1700s. I'm talking about as 4 years ago, someone ripped up the historical markers. The previous owner did that. And someone else has took another historical marker. And basically what's happened, the state is now going to prosecute one of the previous owners of the site because of the stuff they've done. No one knew where any of the graves were. We knew where Colonel Ewing's European relatives were on the site, but no one wanted to identify the African Americans on this site. So what Mr. Kesey has done on this site is he's not only engaged the European relatives of Colonel Ewing, but he's also found and engaged the African American relatives of Colonel Ewing on this site. So what everybody has came together and they've decided to do is we're going to keep the burial and the funeral. We're going to keep the burial and memorial site on the property. So about an acre of this is not going to be used for development. It's going to be used to preserve and rebury the African American descendants with their Caucasian descendants in a memorial. So everybody's together, one happy family. But the greatest thing about this so far is that the European relatives and also David Ewing, who is a descendant of Colonel Ewing, has also been consulted on this. And what we're trying to do now is along with Mr. Kesey and the state and also all the Ewing descendants, doing some DNA this is not my area of expertise, but they're using some sort of fancy electronic equipment to identify additional grave sites on this. And also, we think there may be an Indian burial mound, but the state will have that determined in a couple of weeks, which we don't think it is, but if it is, we're going to preserve that too. And so we're walking arm in arm with local historical folks and also the state historical folks. So, Mr. Kesey, we are going to follow the law here. And we're going to bury and properly, those descendants, white, black, Native American, on the same property together because they're all family right now. And so we're going to lose a large portion of that land, to preserving that on the current property. And I'm glad that historic state codes has this development flag. But the other thing trying to address, one of the folks here was asking about affordability. Now, initially, we were looking at a price point of $400,000 for a 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath, townhomes on there, connected townhomes. And because there was a concern, the community wanted them to be home ownership, but at the same time, we understand we do have an affordability crisis here. So Mr. Kesey did engage Eddie Latimer about a couple of things, possibly doing some deed restrictions, volunteering, because we know we can't forcefully, do anything for affordable because of the state. We've tried, sir. And what's happened when he engaged Eddie, they're looking at possibly doing deed restrictions so the descendants, the African American descendants of Mr. Ewing's, can have some residence on the property too. Which is we're kind of we're kind of fixing the displacement of those folks and their bondage, kind of what's happened with some of the relatives. And we've opened up communication with that. And also Eddie had an idea, because you have to have a not-for-profit, the partner to apply for Barnes Fund money to help with the site. So we have engaged Affordable Housing Inc., Eddie Latimer's group, with this. But also, we've been approved by the council member. We went to the community meeting. There was over 30 people there, I believe, and also 10 people online. We know Council Lady Toombs, you must have a community meeting and get the community's approval there. We did. Now we're here. And I ask for your support and reserve my 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Thank you. We'll reserve 2 minutes for rebuttal, like you said. All right. So anyone wishing to speak in support? In support? Seeing none. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Come on up. Welcome. And state your name and address in 2 minutes. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Kiki. I'm just representing for the young generation. My grandmother, she currently stays on Ewing Drive, and I want to represent for her too, as well. Basically, I understand what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Change is good. But at the same time, like, you have to think, my generation, we're new, basically, trying to figure out life, adulting. Do you really honestly think we can afford $400,000 to buy a home? No. Like, with everything that's going on, inflation, that's impossible. Only a certain type of demographic will basically can afford that. I feel like it should be more funding in nearby schools, better transportation. Like, basically, how can we even start this development and issues in our community still occur? I'm sorry. I'm just basically want to represent for the young generation, and I hope you understand. And I'm still learning, and I just want to like have a voice for our generation. I'm sorry. Thank you.
You did great. Thank you. Very good. Nice work. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Rhonda Moore, and I live at 660 Ewing Drive. I'm primarily opposed to the increased density due to the increase of cars, with it going from 20 to 50. I've lived at 660 Ewing Drive since 1979. Several subdivisions are in the area: Brookview, Claymill Station, and 2 habitat communities. A 42-home subdivision is currently being built off of Ewing Drive, as well as new homes on Green Lane and on Whites Creek. FedEx and UPS also contribute to the traffic problem. 18-wheelers go up and down Knight Road at a high rate of speed. There's only a stop sign at Knight Road and Ewing Drive. Once the trailers, when they're going downhill, they're going at a fast rate of speed. So I'm really concerned about accidents being at that intersection. There's also a blind curve on Knight Road. So because of that, I'm really concerned about safety for the residents that are there and who will come. It's also become increasingly difficult for me to even pull out of my own driveway because of the number of cars that are on the street now. That's a primary thoroughfare from Whites Creek over to Brick Church Pike and Dickerson Road. I've almost been rear-ended several times turning into my driveway. I've had to replace several mailboxes because people have hit my mailboxes because we are on very large lots and our mailboxes are at the end of the street. So I am just supportive of the medium density more than the high density. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else wishing to speak? Come on up. Just state your name and address for the record. Appreciate you coming.
My name is Quante Falls. I live at 835 Sherwood Commons Way. So I'm just keep it short and simple. So I understand what you're saying. However, I've been living there since I've been, I'm gonna say 3rd, 2nd grade. And overall, why not use that money and build the schools that's around it? Why not use that to redo the convenience stores that's around it, redo the roads that's around it? Like, all that area, it should be rebuilt for the people who have been living there for their entire lives, basically. And I just think that if you like fund all that money into like what's already there, it could be a nice area again, because it's a lovely place to live at. And the community there is great. The people there are great. I just want to keep it short and simple like that.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate you coming down. All right. Rebuttal.
I want to thank the neighbors that came out. Their feedback is greatly appreciated. The site is a difficult site. I understand the concerns about traffic. We submitted for a one of the requirements was to get through traffic and parking, and we're going to comply with all the traffic recommendations from NDOT and also TDOT. And we're definitely open to helping with the curb cut situation. If I just need to make sure if it's on our property or next door to the property where, our development may have a positive effect in helping fund that. But we don't know at this time whether we may even have enough acreage to do 50 units. We're basically looking at, and please don't quote me on this, because we may find additional burial plots on the land because they're still not done looking. Hopefully by May, we'll know by the middle of May, we'll know every spot where somebody is buried on that land. But we may be limited to a smaller density, because what happens, if we have to use the full an acre, or acre and a half, even to make sure we do right by, our European and our African-American brothers and sisters that are buried on that parcel. And we're going to comply with what the state is saying, telling us what to do, and also what the local historical folks are going to tell us what to do. And we're definitely committed to redoing and putting back those historic landmarks, which a previous owner, not my client, destroyed on the property. And just thank you for your time, commissioners. And I'll be here for questions for the audience afterwards.
Thank you. All right. The council lady was already testified, so seeing no one else wishing to speak, I declare the public hearing closed. And Commissioner Tibbs.
Yep. Just real quick, too, I want to commend the neighbors that came, and the young neighbors more so. I really appreciate just your interest in what's going on in the neighborhood. So I would appreciate your courage and everything to come up. So I know that's not specifically talking about the project, but I definitely want to just commend you guys for coming up. And all of you, all three of you, but I specifically wanted to reach out to them. To actually a little bit of what he just brought up, the fact that there are going to be graves. Did you guys look at any type of maybe less intense zoning? I mean, so maybe, he's already kind of saying that the 50 might be tough to get anyway. So there could be, we could look at that maybe where there's less dense zoning there, which would start at least addressing some of the concerns that the neighbors did have. And also, just to your last statement, would this be better to wait to see like how many graves and kind of more you find out more about the site? But let me answer that first question first, though.
Okay. So I believe when the request came in, it was initially for 15 units per acre, right? And because of the challenges on the site, I think that there was some concern that they would end up not being able to get enough units, I'm assuming, to make it profitable or whatever the case may be. So they upped the request to RM20. So we had to compare that against the policy, and either of those zoning districts is compatible with the policy and seems sensible given the location between a rock quarry and a single family. There will be, regardless of what the number is, whether it's RM15 or RM20, you do have FAR requirements, ISR requirements. You have a lot of things that are going to restrict, no matter how small of a space you have to work with, that are going to dictate some of that density as well.
Okay. I would feel probably a little better if it was a little less zoning, and that would give you more flexibility. It sounds like there could be a lot of graves out there, at least the way you describe it. So, make it one house. But anyway, I think there could be maybe a little less, density could be helpful. Help kind of some of the conversations we're having. Otherwise, I'm okay with it as far as that, and I appreciate the effort that the owner's doing to, from a historical standpoint, to try to maybe even do some kind of monument of those, of Colonel Ewing. But anyway, that a little less density, I think, is what I feel a little bit more comfortable with.
All right. Any other discussion? Commissioner Henley.
Yeah. I share a lot of the sentiments, and again, want to thank the neighbors that came and appreciate waiting to this point to speak. One of the things that was mentioned when the applicant was speaking was there seems to be a short time frame that potentially more information would be available, and so I'm curious if there's a timing constraint for this. I mean, we asked that question earlier of another applicant. It seems like there would be information that might be valuable with the.
I think maybe we could ask the applicant if he's open or why. What's the time frame?
Well, we should have a report. We do go in front of the council in May for a public hearing, and we're planning on submitting to the council the report from the state, because this recently happened, but the problem with this site, and if I can, I don't want to talk out of turn. I want to address why we need the RM20, because if we're going to work with Eddie Latimer's group to get some affordability for the younger folks, if we're going to be able to put the displaced, descendants of those slaves to have housing on there, and also we have to conform, to make sure we bury people and honor them properly, lowering the density would really hurt the project. My client has already spent, and I know the development's a risk, but to do things right by the descendants on that site, he has spent hundreds of thousands.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was helpful.
That was helpful.
Yeah, understanding it was already there. I understand the economics behind wanting the additional units and how the density can impact the economics of the project. I like that all of that is there. I don't honestly know how much of these things we should apply into rolling into our decision. The only other comment I'll make, and then I'll listen to my fellow commissioners as further discussion. I'm very familiar with the area. That is a pretty intense intersection, even though it's only a T, just because of the slope of it. And, with it being a straight rezone, not an SP, I do think maybe we should look at something as it relates to that intersection, especially if approved, it could allow 50 units. That's 50 units that are kind of entering an area of an intersection that is already fairly unsafe. I'll just say it that way in my own terms. So I do think that's something we should look at. And I think one of the residents that came to speak in opposition kind of hit the nail on the head there with the type of traffic that also goes through that community.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Councilman?
Maybe two questions for staff. So one is, has a bill been filed on this? It sounds like that's true, but.
As of the other day, no, a bill had not been filed on this.
So there's not a council public hearing, and was there a reference made that there's a council public hearing is scheduled for May?
It's possible that they're referring to what would happen if the commission approves this, which is different from if a bill has been filed, but we can confirm one more time. But it didn't sound like, based on the councilwoman's feedback from this morning, this morning.
And again, this sort of relates to the idea of a deferral, is that I think even for Metro Council, if we were to file them ourselves, I think our deadline is Wednesday of next week. So if a bill has already been filed and it's a matter of just working with Councilmember Toombs to delay that public hearing, I think that's fine, but.
It has been filed.
Has been filed. Okay. So, I know that Councilmember Toombs is very diligent. I personally would probably feel a little bit more comfortable with a deferral, since it sounds like we would have some additional information that's coming that might give us a little bit more comfortable with what we're working with. So that's A. But B is, if this were a straight zoning to RM20, and it is determined that some or even large portions of the site are not usable because of the cemetery existing, how does that work with the site? So does the property owner still retain the entitlements for that many units per acre for the entire site, or only for the usable portion of the site?
Oh, net versus gross, right? So you retain for the entire acreage. Yeah.
Well, that also sort of leads me to the idea that I think I would personally feel a little bit more comfortable if we believe that there's evidence that's coming soon that would indicate either way how much of the site is usable. I would feel more comfortable, if it's half the site is usable and you can get 20 units on it, that might be okay to have them a little bit more compressed in that part of the site, but I wouldn't want to have a huge number compressed into the same smaller area, I guess is A. And then if it is a straight rezoning, I'm not certain if it's true, but with the RM zoning districts, do they provide any guidance about things like a number? I mean, like I said, maybe it would come through NDOT, but like curb cuts and access points and things like that. Is there any guidance there?
So, yeah, because this is just a bulk rezone, it doesn't quite get into that. NDOT did review, and they didn't note any concerns to me up front on that. But of course, once an actual development is proposed for the site, that's when they would get a more in-depth review of that.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. I'm sort of maybe in favor, since it sounds like we do have work underway for a cultural artifact, is that the word for it? Cultural resource survey or something like that's being done. I might feel a little bit more comfortable if we had more information about that earlier on, especially since that could affect how many units are squeezed into how small of a space.
All right, thank you, Councilman. Any other discussion? Commissioner Clifton.
So would that be?
Oh, wait, Commissioner Clifton.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, we'll go.
No, if it's that important, go ahead.
Commissioner Clifton, and then we'll go back to Commissioner Tibbs.
I actually agree with the councilman. I don't think it'd be harmful at all for us to know a little bit more and think a little bit more about it.
Well, then it would be time for a motion, Commissioner Clifton. Maybe a one meeting deferral?
That would be my motion.
That's a
one meeting deferral.
A one meeting deferral would be the motion. Any other discussion? Okay, all in favor? Say, is there a second? Second. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. It's deferred one meeting with.
Should have been this meeting, but
You know, the former council.
And we're.
Oh, yeah.
And just for clarification, it's a closed public hearing unless it changes the request.
What's that?
I do want to clarify, a bill was introduced, it was passed on first reading April 4th, and so the public hearing is set for May 2nd. And this was deferred until May.
I think we'll just have to confer with the councilwoman and council office, and they can do with it. I mean, they'll take our deferral into account and figure out a game plan, but I think we have to honor what the commission has said, and it will be her decision what to do with it.
Okay,
thank you.
All right, so we are on to item 40. Well, first, let's hold on one second. So, as we traditionally do on item 40, is there any opposition on item 40, which is a request for a concept plan approval to create 6 lots and properties located at 5713 and 5715 Medina Avenue? Is there any opposition?
Chair, I might just ask the staff, is there a reason why this needed to be presented, legal or otherwise?
We had heard some community concerns previously.
So they're not, okay.
But there was a community meeting last week, and the applicant revised the plan, so it seems.
For the commission, if you wanted, Chair.
If the applicant revised the plan and there's no community opposition, traditionally is there a motion to put this on the consent agenda to approve?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Item 40 is placed on the consent agenda and passed. So that leads us to other business. Historic, nothing. Parks, nothing. Executive committee, we have nothing. Director.
Oh, now don't say that. Well, first, I just wanted to say, I thought this was team stand in for Lisa. Lisa's not well with a cold. And I teased Lisa earlier and I said, it takes like 4 people to work together to back up Lisa Milligan. And you know what? I thought y'all did great. The timer is a little challenging. When I used to sit at that end of the table, I could handle a lot of stressful cases, but the timer and the reading of the consent agenda was like what I found very stressful. So
Maybe it's the way I look at the timer people.
So anyway, congrats. And I don't have other comments other than to say that you all saw that the council did pass the stadium deal on Tuesday, and that will have a important role in shaping how we think about the East Bank. And so we look forward to our work there. So thank you, Chairman, and thanks for all your service. And thank you, Mr. Stone, for your participation tonight.
All right, Councilman, anything? Or
Just wanted to state that we had the State of Metro this morning. I think we're going to get our budget books on Monday and have a budget presentation, but that's the next work of the council. I know Planning Department will be one of those that is presenting. Commissioner Haynes always calls me and says, make sure that you take care of Parks employees, which just want to have on the record from Mr. Haynes in case he's watching to say that we'll look after Parks, but budget season is upon us. So.
Thank you, Councilman. All right, is there a motion to adjourn? Or adjourn?
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information on this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.